Did you know that under Section 7A, and the court grants it, the commission can proceed with a trial even when the person charged is absent? However, under Section 7B of the aforementioned Act, a person who is tried may avail himself at any stage of the trial to present his defense. But guess what? He can only do so not later than the close of the prosecution's case.
The people you've mentioned that you are investigating or you've investigated, some have been convicted, some have been asked to pay back. In the words of a critical journalist,
us. Sorry, I've made a very big mistake, a very, very big one, and I'm so sorry. Please help me welcome the Deputy Commissioner on the stage. And a very big round of applause for Honorable Justice Bintu Fatmata Algali to please come on stage. Al-Hadi. I would now like to call on Mrs. Fatu Kamara to please usher us in the Christian prayers.
Shall we rise and pray? Father in heaven, we thank you for today. Today, all over the world, we join our counterpart in celebrating International Anti-Corruption Day. We thank you for the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner and all of members of staff of the Anti-Corruption Sierra Leone. Father, we thank you for our set goals that were achieved, and more especially on the theme, as of this year, 2021, putting women in the center stage of the fight against corruption. Putting women on the center stage of the fight against corruption is a clarion call. And today, as we have notable women, women of reputable position, who will be speaking on behalf of us, we know they are going to talk to the world. They are going to speak to all of us here that we women, we can do it, and we are able to do it. Also, we want to thank you for the life of the Commissioner. As the theme goes, putting women in the center stage of fighting corruption. Our Commissioner, since he assumed office in 2021, it was in his agenda. He put it on paper, he strategized it, and he executed it. Today, women in the commission of the Anti-Corruption Commission in Sierra Leone are proud of him because we have been placed in policy making, service delivery, and decision makers. Mr. Commissioner, we say thank you, and we say God bless you, and we say we are proud of you. As Psalm 107, verses 1 to 2 says, "Oh, we give thanks unto the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever." Verses 2, which is so special, says, "For he has redeemed us from the hands of the enemy." Fighting corruption in the world, and especially in Africa, is not an easy thing, because we are seen as enemies. But you, O Jehovah, you've guided us. You've been our guide. You've been our guide, and we ascribe that greatness unto you. We thank you. We honor you. On that note, we ask for the Holy Spirit to be with us and the blood of Jesus to be with us here. And today, we give you all the glory and honor. In the name of Jesus, as we open this conference, in the name of Jesus, the Father, the Son, and the blessed Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. We now call on Haja Alimatu Abdullahi to usher us in the Muslim prayer.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. O Allah, we give you praise, we give you thanks for giving us this day. Today, the International Day of Anti-Corruption. You know, O Allah, that there were women in the days of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam who stood up for the religion, who stood up against corruption, who stood up against the vices of the community. Today, we are here to celebrate this wonderful day and putting women at the center of the fight against corruption. Indeed, the Anti-Corruption Commission has made a very, very brilliant decision to choose this topic. We know, O Allah, that indeed you made us all, men and women, equal, but you know that the women are really fighters against corruption. We pray that you continue to give women the determination, the zeal, and the know-how to fight against corruption, because we are the mothers, we are the sisters, we are the wives of the men. So we can influence corruption in our homes, in the community, and in our country. We pray, O Allah, that this program will be a very successful one, and the impact will be felt throughout the country. We pray for the commission, the commissioner, and all the staff of the Anti-Corruption Commission, that they continue to fight without fear or favor against corruption. Give them the wisdom, give them the knowledge, give them the understanding to be able to detect corruption, to fight it, and to help us in building our nation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbana atina fi dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azabana wa qina jannata ma'al abrar. Ya Azizu, Ya Ghafar, Ya Rabbal Alamin, Subhana Rabbika, Rabbi Izzati, Amma Yasifun, wa salamu ala Musalim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Fatiha. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا صراط مستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Well, my work here is done for now. I'd like to call on a very fine, young, gentle lady who would be introducing the chairperson for this program, Martina George.
Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, pupils, good morning. It is a great honor to introduce the chairperson for this special occasion. I am of the strongest conviction that this exceptional woman who will steer the ship is fully equipped to effectively sail us through this entire event. She holds a master's degree in business administration from the Institute of Public Administration and Management, University of Sierra Leone. She has held several key positions in the Commission, and through the span of 13 years in the Commission, she has been a very effective and efficient lady. She has demonstrated excellence, dedication, and commitment, attributes which earned her this current enviable position of the Deputy Director of National Anti-Corruption Strategy, NACS. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to put you in the capable hands of no less a person, but our chairperson, Mrs. Edita Mata Konya Fofana.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much, Martina, for that sweet and short introduction. Members of the High Table, on behalf of the Commissioner, management, and staff of the Anti-Corruption Commission, I warmly welcome you all, especially the women, to this year's International Anti-Corruption Day commemoration. On 31st October 2003, United Nations General Assembly adopted the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and designated 9th December as International Anti-Corruption Day to raise awareness of corruption and the role the convention can play in preventing it. Our theme for this year's commemoration, women taking the center stage in the fight against corruption, is quite thought-provoking and interesting. It implies that women have not been playing the center role in the fight against corruption, and I will subscribe to that to a certain extent. It is now time for us to change the narratives. There are so many reasons why women need to take the center stage. Women are often the prime caregivers in their families, which means they access public services of many kinds more than the men. This makes them more likely to encounter corruption, and it is therefore pertinent that they are put at the center stage in the fight against corruption. Because this empowerment makes people more vulnerable to corruption, empowering women is one way to mitigate corruption. For example, greater female representation in governments and policy-making bodies can pave the way for initiatives that investigate and address corruption towards women. Women should be involved in management at institutional levels. In the 2020 annual report of the ACC, it indicates that there has been a steady female population growth in the Commission. Am I right, ladies of the ACC? We have been having steady growth according to the annual report. In 2019, the Commissioner, with support from management of the ACC, took an unprecedented step by carrying out a female-only promotion when 16 deserving female staff members were promoted to various senior positions within the Commission. The Commissioner has consistently made deliberate interventions to ensure female participation at management levels, which has put female staff at the center stage, and the process is ongoing. ACC can boast of 2 female among 5 regional managers. The investigations and human resource departments are headed by women. So you see, the good work and the accolades we keep having out there are powered by these women within the institution. That is because we have been placed at the center. Though we can do more, the ACC is on the right track in putting women at the center and aims to achieve a 50-50 representation at institutional level. At this point, I'll briefly like to comment on my journey to where I am in the ACC as a case study. As has been mentioned, I've been in the Commission for close to 13 years, and I have spent 5 of those years working in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy Secretariat. And I must say, during my tenure there, I have seen myself grow, and I've been given the platform. And that has been because I have a very supportive boss, Mr. Nabila Musa Kamara, who is a male director, but he has given me the platform, and I've been able to showcase myself. Just 2 weeks ago, we were invited to give a talk, the department at Orange, Sierra Leone. And of course, my director told me to go and represent the unit. And what he did was, he gave me an outline of the presentation, I built on it, and I did that. So that is the kind of male supervision that I have. And also on the higher level, the Commissioner himself is very, very passionate about women representation. I remember in 2019 when we were having the National Anti-Corruption, when we were launching, and then lo and behold, the high table realized that, oh, we have made a mistake. And Commissioner was the very first person to realize that. And then he called me and said, leave all what you're doing at the back there, come to this high table and join us. So that is the kind of Commissioner we have. Also, a few weeks ago, we were discussing our work, and Commissioner was like, you know what, you people should be doing more of you should be telling the public more about the work you do, and your department, because of the nature of the work you do. And so he asked the Director of Public Education to make the arrangements. And I was on 98.1 for the very first time on that Prime Radio discussion as a guest that was my very first time really in terms of having to be on the platform like that. And of course, I would say the discussions went well, but immediately after, Commissioner was the first person who sent me a text to say a good job. And of course, when I came back to the office, I got a lot of congratulations for my male colleagues. So this is just to show all of us that when women, and I'm here today in this capacity because those around me, especially the men, have given me the platform. And I want to also state that it is the same for most of the other units within the Commission. So in leadership positions, once you give the platform and set the pace, we can do it. And here we are today, organizing our program with all of this. It was done by the women. The men, of course, gave us the usual support, but this time around, we took it and said, this is our program today. So this is the case study of the ACC in terms of how the leadership encourages women to take the center stage. So I will continue by stating that government policies promoting women's empowerment can help strengthen efforts to fight corruption. Because women in the process to access services of corruption, women in power may be incentivized to pursue initiatives that improve the delivery of basic services for women, which will reduce corruption affecting women. As more women take the center stage, they are less likely to be exploited and more able to demand accountability from those in power. Elected female representatives in government can reduce some forms of corruption because women often suffer from misallocated resources. Female representatives in office improve the provision of services for women and the nation at large. Just 2 weeks ago also, we were at Parliament and we were discussing the budget. And of course, we had a woman parliamentarian, and her basic question when we were asking, was about the remuneration for staff. And I'm sure that is what she also would have asked the other department. And it is not basically because of what we were asking, that it is because as a woman, that is usually their concerns. So at the political level, when we have more women, we find out that these issues are addressed. So I want to use the opportunity once again to welcome you all and to assure you that we have put together a team of women who will take us through to discuss the issue of maximizing the participation of women in the fight against corruption. Once again, I want to welcome you all, and I assure you that we'll have very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. We'll go through the program, and at this point, I'd like to call on the British High Commissioner to make her statement.
Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Executive Director for CARL, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and pupils, thank you for this invitation to participate in the National Women's Conference to mark International Anti-Corruption Day. And I was really delighted to see the theme of this event. As Madam Chair said, women taking the centre stage in the fight against corruption. Now, we know that the poor and the marginalised suffer corruption disproportionately as they go about their daily business. And this extractive corruption is far from petty or small. It makes people's lives a misery. It is corrosive. It keeps people locked in poverty. It undermines public services and ingrains injustice. Now, we know, as Madam Chair has said, it hits women and girls more harder and in a really profound way. It's an enabler of sexual exploitation and abuse. It undermines educational outcomes and maternal health. We must empower women and girls to speak up and say no to corruption, to champion their voices, and to hold those who abuse positions of power to account. Now, no country can develop and realise its full potential if it leaves half of its population behind. We know where women are better represented in decision-making bodies, societies are fairer, they're more peaceful, they're less corrupt. Everyone benefits when women can participate fully in society, in public life, and in politics, and in holding government and institutions to account. So we must therefore encourage greater female participation in those bodies, empowering the voices of the people that are already there and inviting in new voices, even when what they have to say will sometimes be uncomfortable and difficult to hear. I'm proud today to be speaking alongside so many strong female women, whether that's as panelists later, moderators, and I'm only sorry that I can't be here for the full day. I really welcome the commitment here in Sierra Leone to tackling corruption. And I welcome the Anti-Corruption Commissioner's personal commitment to gender balance in this important task. Today, on International Anti-Corruption Day, every single country across the globe should be reminded that a signal of a strong and open democracy is one where credible and competent bodies can hold government and institutions to account. Bodies that can provide checks and balances on important topics of national interest like corruption, electoral conduct, public spending, and where bodies truly have the space to operate without bias or political interference. Now, this is no mean feat, wherever in the world you sit, and it's a heavy mantle for any such body to wear. But it is the strong, open societies with accountable institutions that are the societies that will be in the best shape to develop, to attract investment, and to provide an environment where people can thrive. Now, in addition to detecting and investigating corruption, it's important to tackle impunity, especially thinking of women and girls, where gender inequality can make it harder for women to have the power to call people to account. There needs to be consequences where corruption is found, applied equitably, without bias or interference, by an expert and independent judiciary. And that's why the UK supported the establishment of the Anti-Corruption Court, which has an important mission in effectively adjudicating and sentencing cases to create an effective deterrent and also build public confidence. Now, as you'll hear today, fighting corruption is everybody's responsibility. The mantle can't sit alone with the Anti-Corruption Commission. This fight can only be won when citizens and government work together in partnership and for the interests of all. I'm grateful to the Anti-Corruption Commissioner for hosting this important event today. And I hope it reminds us all why tackling corruption really matters and the value of women taking the centre stage in this fight. Now, Madam Chair at the start in her opening remarks said we have come a long way, and she outlined some of the significant progress seen. But let's all leave today with a commitment to identify what more we can do on this important fight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam British High Commissioner. We'll now call on the Executive Director, Carl, to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And please permit me, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, to stand on existing protocols. I'd like to start by saying how pleased I am on behalf of the Center for Accountability and Rule of Law to be collaborating with the Anti-Corruption Commission for the third year consecutively in commemorating the International Anti-Corruption Day. Of course, as a center, we collaborate with the ACC on so many other levels. Over the last 3 years, we've worked with the ACC to produce the first corruption perception report since 2018, thanks to funding by the UK government. We've also supported the anti-corruption division of the court that the High Commissioner spoke about. We monitor cases before the court. We also do joint public education programs with the ACC. We also worked with the ACC on the Pay No Bribe campaign. We coordinated the project in the Southern Province. So over the last decade, I should say, we've worked extensively with the ACC. But particularly enjoying our collaboration now, not least because of the gains that we've seen, but because of the prospects. So on that note, I'd like to start by congratulating the government of Sierra Leone, but more particularly the Anti-Corruption Commission, for your ongoing efforts to fight against corruption. We know it is a difficult fight. It is difficult for so many reasons, but the fact that we're still here doing this shows that we remain committed to the fight, and I'm sure we will continue to make progress in spite of the many challenges that confront our collective efforts. Today's commemoration event is yet again an opportunity for us to reflect on the progress I just talked about, but also to think about how we can continue to address the many challenges that confront us. I'd like to use this opportunity, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, to urge every Sierra Leonean, especially women and girls, to support the Anti-Corruption Commission and indeed other institutions of accountability in the fight against corruption. It is actually also an opportunity to ask questions of ourselves, how we can support, but more than just asking questions, we should commit ourselves to speaking out, speaking up, and actively supporting the fight against corruption because it affects our lives and our country's development aspirations. The theme for today's commemoration by the ACC, which has been repeated by previous speakers, women taking center stage in the fight against corruption, is absolutely appropriate. Obviously, given the fact that women bear the brunt of corruption, inarguably they disproportionately bear the brunt of corruption. And our data at the center shows that of all the corruption cases that we've monitored over the years, at least 95% of the perpetrators or alleged perpetrators are men. But when you go to our public health centers, it is women who are struggling every day. Access to water for domestic use, women suffer. Sextortion or sex for grace in our schools and universities, it is the girls and women who suffer. When we did a report on sextortion a few years ago, it showed that the prevalence rate was about 70% in universities and schools. It is huge. And there are so many ways that women and girls suffer from abuse of office, blatant corruption, and even, obviously, it's violence. So it is important that women, and I should say men, work collaboratively to fight corruption. But the reason women must take the center stage, and I'm actually pleased to see that the number of women in the corruption is growing, and I'm really delighted to see many eminent, strong women with integrity speaking here today. The young guys who are in the room, if you are looking for inspiration, you'll be glad that you came, because I've seen names on the list. Certainly the keynote speaker and a few others who will be speaking to you today, who have done extremely well to support the fight against corruption in their own little ways, in their own corners, through their platforms. And it is an opportunity for all of us to create our platforms, use existing platforms to speak up, stand up. There are so many ways you can take the center stage as women and girls. Resist corruption. Say no to bribery. At the very least, pick up your phone and report to 515, to ACC to say, or even report an honest officer. Report that you met an honest officer. Report that you've met a corrupt public officer. And support the ACC and indeed other institutions of accountability to fight corruption. I'm pleased to also see that we have at least a female honorable member of parliament. There's so much that our institutions of accountability, including parliament, can do. I know that there's a female caucus in parliament, and I'm hoping that through the ACC and indeed our organization, we can work a bit more with the female caucus in parliament to focus on the many areas that women really suffer the brunt of corruption. In concluding, Madam Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to once again acknowledge and commend the leadership of the Commission and thank you all for the support that you're giving to the people of Sierra Leone. As I've said, the challenges are many. We shouldn't leave this room, thinking that we have conquered corruption. I'm sure the Anti-Corruption Commissioner will be the first person to tell you that the challenges are many. But it is important on a day like this to recognize that we're making some progress and that we should collectively work together to address those challenges. I am absolutely confident that if more women come on board and if women take the center stage, which I think they should, which I believe they should, and which they must take, we will be out of the woods. On that note, I'd like to wish everyone a fruitful deliberation, and I urge everyone to participate actively and contribute beyond the walls of this room. After today, contribute every day to the fight against corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Carl. And it is very important what the statement he made about making reports, especially women. Women being the ones who are affected must be in the forefront to make the reports to the ACC. Thank you very much. This is just for all to know that the program is broadcast live on SLBC, AYV, ACC Facebook page, YouTube, and Zoom channels. This is just for your information. And we will now call on a female pupil of Vine Memorial School to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Ma. Good morning to you all. My name is Sia F. Musa. I'm from Vine Memorial Secondary School for Girls. I'm here to talk on the topic, women taking center stage against corruption. But first of all, I want to give a brief idea about corruption. What is corruption? Corruption is a form of dishonesty or a criminal offense which is undertaken with a position or authority in order to acquire benefit or abuse power for one's personal benefit. But that was just about corruption. Now to our topic, women taking center stage against corruption. Women suffer many types of discrimination, including legal, political, economic, and socio-cultural forms of prejudice. It is therefore not surprising that women, and especially poor women, are particularly vulnerable to corruption. The fight against corruption should not be left in the hands of our male counterparts. Girls and women can also take the lead to fight against corruption. Corrupt practices are done in different parts of the country. It can occur in schools, offices, religious places, and in our communities. Let me single out corruption in schools and tell you its effect. The most corrupt practice in schools is cheating in both internal and external examinations. Most pupils do feel it is their right to do so. Now, cheating, as we talk about the effect, reduces your esteem, undermines your self-confidence, and limits you in your discussion with others because your result is not genuine. Another vital part which needs to be tackled in our learning sector is bribing and prostitution in schools. Prostitution in schools simply talks of young girls selling or giving their bodies to teachers or lecturers for instant grades or high grades. This simply tells that young girls and women are mostly disturbed and affected by corruption, and more especially, the poor women and young girls are involved in corruption which left with no choice. For example, desperation and another factor that may lead women and girls in corruption. In the test harvest of corruption, Aloho loses her life because she was caught up in the web of corruption. She wished she would have a second chance to revenge against corruption, but it was too late. So before it will be too late for us, this is the appropriate time wherein women should be given the chance to fight against corruption. As we women are a weapon like to be involved in corruption or in corrupt practices, so can women be a weapon to fight against corruption. Women also play an important role in fighting corruption. Greater participants of women in public life can help in design of gender approaches to anti-corruption, which can prevent corruption experienced by women in the first place and allow them to resist it, report it, and seek redresses when it occurs. Let me conclude by telling women and especially young girls that the fight against corruption is not easy, but together and gradually we can eradicate it. Let us all bear in mind that the harvest of corruption is not favorable, not to talk of stirring them. But integrity pays with a benefit. There is a saying that when you educate a boy child, you just educate a man. But when you educate a girl child, you educate the whole nation. So my request to you all is for you to allow women to play their own role in the fight against corruption and involve them in anti-corruption education. And my advice to women, especially young girls, is to rise and be a weapon against corruption, as we are the upcoming leaders for tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
I think she deserves a bigger applause. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll call on the Commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission to make his statement.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Today is a great day, not so? When women speak, what do the French say? The French say, que femme veut, Dieu le veut. That means what women want, God wants. That's what the French say. That's not what I say. Mr. Deputy Commissioner, my lady, Justice Fatmata Bintu Al-Hadi, Madam British High Commissioner to Sierra Leone, my distinguished friend from the Center of Accountability and Rule of Law, and our dear lady student who has wowed her with a beautiful speech, distinguished representatives and members from the crowd. I see my dear sister, Dr. Sylvia Olayinka Blyden, and Madam Veronica Sise is also here from Parliament, Madam Samai, all distinguished people who have come to join us today to speak. I greet you all. You see, when the statistics and data continuously remind us that our population, you have more women than men, it does not matter what that data source is. It consistently says that there are more women than men. It is reminding us of one thing. You have more than half of the population, but that more than half of the population is not given sufficient power to run the affairs of the state. And if we continue to keep more than half of the population in obscurity, we put barriers ahead of them. We do not provide platforms and opportunities for them to express themselves. And expressing themselves does not mean speaking. We men like to think that women is about talking. It's about doing the things. If we do not continue to deliberately take those steps and actions to bring them at the center, we are making a huge mistake. And progress will be difficult to achieve. That is why women have to be considered and positioned. We have to ensure that they take a place on the table. They do not remain mere statistics. They become actors in the socio-economic transformation of the state. And it is for this reason that when I became commissioner, I remember the beginning days, it was very traumatic for me. I came to the ACC, only one female director, one deputy female director. And the situation was so imbalanced that even at the intermediate level, there were hardly any women that could be promoted upwards, except you jump them 1, 2, 3 upwards. And I was like, how could this place be like this? I remember discussing with my deputy commissioner then, Mr. Shirley Davis. I said, Mr. Davis, how do you expect to run the commission like this when women are not in the position to take decisions? We go to meetings and there's only one woman. Directors meeting, one woman. It was then Madam Colonel Sanko. So I said we have to change this. And then we set in motion deliberate action. Firstly, to make sure that we position women in position so that when opportunities, I remember telling them then, I said it's not about today. There are directors, there are deputy directors, there is nothing we can do now, we don't have to kick them out now. But what about if they retire, or they resign, or they are terminated? So it means another man will take that position. It is now we have to take action so that women are positioned so that when the opportunities come, they can occupy those positions. And that is why you hear them talking about 18 women being promoted at one from lower level to intermediate level. It was to position them so that when the opportunities comes, we don't start looking for what to do. They are already there. It will just be for them to occupy the positions 2, 3, 4 years down the line. That is affirmative action. I remember people asking me, are you just promoting them because they are women? I said, firstly, they are competent. That's why they were here. But secondly, it's because they are women, yes. We have to take deliberate actions and steps to empower our women. But the other thing we did also was recruitment. You look at the department, there were departments that did not, in fact, for a long time, the prevention department did not have a woman at all. Because the one woman who was there when I came resigned shortly after and traveled to the US. And then, of course, there was serious imbalance in other departments like the investigations department, the prosecutions department, and other things. So, I remember calling a board meeting, a directors meeting, and said, we have to recruit women. That is why I'm sure some of you have seen advertisements that come from the ACC that says only women can apply. Not so. Recently, we did one for lawyers. Not so. We do that because we recognize that the work of the commission will not be achieved if women are not put in the center. If there are not a critical mass of women to help in the decision making, but also to act. I remember recently one of the directors came to my office and said, Commissioner, please do not recruit any more women. Because we have sent so many women to her that there are women everywhere. Not so? I'm sure the director does not want me to point to her, but she knows that we had this conversation in my office. She said, Commissioner, please, let's not recruit more women anymore. Let's just recruit men. And I said, even after we have recruited several women, you and I know that if we take the ratio, it is still 4:1. Why should we have 4:1 and we are comfortable with that? And these people are more than half of the population. So, we at the ACC, and I'm very grateful to all the directors, the deputy commissioner, every other person who have been acting with us, they understand and accept. Initially, there was a little bit of friction because it's not easy for men. I remember one man came to my office recently and said, he called 1, 2, 3 women that I have promoted. And he said, I came to the commission with all of them. But these people have been promoted. They are now in higher positions, and I have not been promoted. And she was saying this in the presence of the woman. I was sitting down there. I didn't know what to say to him. And then I told him that, look, it's a process. Your own time will come for promotion soon. But why we did that was simply to ensure that we create a situation whereby there is a restoration of the imbalance and injustice that existed, but also to give opportunity to more women to act and to be in position of leadership. Today, we can fairly say that the ACC is a balanced institution. Several women have been recruited. Several women have been put in intermediate positions. More women, in fact, when a male director or deputy director retires or resigns or is no longer at the commission, the men start worrying, because if you are competing with a woman, God help you. You have to be extraordinary to fill that position. And we have had a situation recently where the deputy director, one of the deputy directorships was vacant, and a woman was a manager, and then there were various competitors for that position. And I remember the conversations in my office, and we will talk and talk and talk and talk. When they talk, I go back to the same position. Why shouldn't she occupy that position? I was not doing that because I was not understanding what they were saying. But if you want to be affirmative, your position has to lean firmly in support of that which you wish to correct, and it has to take extraordinary circumstances to push you. Therefore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to speak, and the women are here. That is why we have made it an all-female panel. Distinguished women, we want them to speak out. We don't want them to hold back. We don't want them to filter. We want to hear their voice. We want them to tell us how we can develop a female participation in corruption manifesto for Sierra Leone. We cannot do that if it is only the men who are having the conversation. So today is for us to listen, to learn, to take the points, to identify the controversies, to identify the tensions, note them, and then when we go back as a commission, we can prepare ourselves to firmly position ourselves for a time when, of course, we do not have to negotiate for women to occupy positions, but women will be in charge. And as somebody rightly said, the statistics and data are clear. There are more corrupt men than there are corrupt women. The data is, you can't even compare. For every 5 men, we have to investigate probably 1 woman. Sometimes for every 10, 1 woman. So, if that is the case, then of course, we know that we have to do something about it. There is a philosophical, there is an anthropological, there is a scientific reason for all this. We have to harness it. And if we harness it well, I believe the change that Sierra Leone needs will be driven on the shoulders of very strong women. Let us have the conversation. Let us have the deliberation. The ACC is ready for women to take center stage. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The Commissioner has said it all. And so all we can say is we look forward to women taking the center. At this point, we would like to call on Mrs. Alisama to introduce the keynote speaker for today. Mrs. Alisama. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I have the privilege and honor to introduce our keynote speaker for this occasion. She is a barrister at law who was called to the English bar 20 years ago at Honorable Society of the Middle Temple. She was called to the Sierra Leone bar 18 years ago. She graduated from the Roehampton Institute of the University of Surrey in 1993 with a Bachelor of Arts degree, and from the University of Liverpool with a Master of Laws degree in International Finance and Banking Law, specializing in financial crimes. She attended St. Anne's Primary School at Howe Street
and St. Joseph's Secondary School at Brookfields in Freetown. Before returning to Sierra Leone in 2002, she worked for the Parole Board of England and Wales and for the Criminal Policy Group of the Home Office. She practiced at the chambers of Wright and Co. and Banda Thomas and Co. and later her own private chambers. She prosecuted on behalf of the state at the Law Officers Department for 2 years, including inter alia the infamous cocaine case in 2008. Between 2004 and 2006, she worked for the Special Court of Sierra Leone as an independent prosecutor on contempt offenses and as an investigator. She worked for the Guarantee Trust Bank Sierra Leone Limited as the head of the legal department and as the company secretary between 2009 and April 2015. Between January and March of 2014, she headed the Legal Affairs Department of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Sierra Leone. In 2015, she was appointed a judge of the High Court of Sierra Leone, where in the span of 5 years, she sat in the Commercial Division, the Criminal Division, the Civil Division, and the Anti-Corruption Division of the High Court. She is the second most senior judge sitting at the Anti-Corruption Division of the court. In July 2020, she was promoted to the Appeal Court of Sierra Leone, where she presides on several appeal cases. She has sat and sits on several committees of the Sierra Leone judiciary, such as the Rules of Court Committee, the Judicial and Legal Training Institute, the Integrity Management Committee, amongst others. She has lectured and lectures professional ethics and commercial law at the Sierra Leone Law School. She was a former vice president of the Sierra Leone Bar Association, was a former vice president of the female lawyers organizations called Lawyers, Legal Access Through Women Yearning for Equality, Rights, and Social Justice, where she strongly advocated for the rights of women and girls and did many matters on a pro bono basis as a prosecutor and a defense counsel. She is a member of the Commonwealth Magistrates and Judges Association, a member of the International Association of Women Judges. She was a commissioner of the Corporate Affairs Commission. She is affiliated to several women organizations. On the 12th of November 2021, she was awarded by the Women's Forum of Sierra Leone in recognition of her dynamic role in enhancing social justice and the empowerment of women and girls in Sierra Leone. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the Honorable Justice Fatmata Bintu Al-Hadi, Justice of the Appeal Court of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much for that introduction. Madam Chairperson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I stand on existing protocols? I am honored and humbled to be here in this august gathering and to be the keynote speaker. As you may already know, corruption has become an inevitable part of us. No country, no region, and no community are exempt. It is a dysfunction that we all must fight to eradicate, to save our souls. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to start my speech by giving you some background information on this day that we are all observing today. On the 31st of October 2003, the General Assembly adopted the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, and requested that the Secretary General designate the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime as the Secretariat for the Convention's Conference of States Parties, Resolution 58/4 of 2003. The Assembly also designated 9th December as the International Anti-Corruption Day in a bid to raise awareness of corruption, its deleterious effects on society, and the role the Convention can play in combating and preventing it. The Convention came into force in December 2005. Governments, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, the media, and citizens around the world therefore have joined forces to fight this malaise. The United Nations Development Programme and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime are at the forefront of this endeavor. Several definitions have been proposed by different bodies. For instance, Transparency International and the World Bank in 1997 defined corruption as the abuse of entrusted power for private gains. They went on to say that it erodes trust, it weakens democracy, and hampers economic development, amongst others. Social scientists, such as Guy Toned, in 2016, defined it as the abuse or complicity in abuse of public or private position, power or authority to benefit oneself, a group, an organization, or others close to oneself, where the benefits may be financial, material, and or non-material. Others have defined it as dishonest behavior by those in positions of power and can include giving or accepting bribes. It can thus be adduced that corruption is the solicitation of personal gains overtly or covertly through bribery, coercion, and or other forms of pressure. Its effects are usually detrimental to society and overall economic development. There are two types of corruption as described in independent publications by the UNDP and UNIFEM, now UN Women, in 2010. The first type is called grand or high-level corruption. It usually occurs at the policy formation phase of a political agenda. It refers more to the level at which it occurs, irrespective of the amount of money involved. Grand corruption occurs at the top hierarchy of the public sphere, where policies and rules are initially formulated and effected. The second type is referred to as petty corruption, and it is the everyday corruption that takes place at the implementation end of the politics, where public officials interact with the public, often taking the form of bribery in exchange for executing existing laws, rules and regulations, and duties. It is also invariably referred to as low-level, street-level, small-scale, bureaucratic, or retail-level corruption. It is the corruption usually experienced by common people in their daily encounters with public administration officials and in social services such as hospitals, schools, licensing authorities, police, or taxing authorities, to name a few. The questions that arise, therefore, are: why should women take the center stage in the fight against corruption? How does corruption affect women? It has been reported that the limited political economic power of women reduces their ability to demand accountability and or to highlight
their specific experiences of and concerns about corruption. Statistically, women have lower literacy levels, which often results in limited knowledge of rights and entitlements to services and public programs. This leaves them more vulnerable to extortion and abuses by laws and enforcement officers in regulatory agencies. Various pieces of research have shown that corruption occurs with impunity in places where the systems that hold those in power accountable for their actions or that enforce sanctions against wrongdoings are weak. This is either because duty bearers are inaccessible or the state has withdrawn altogether. A 2020 report by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime suggested that women are disproportionately affected by corruption than men because, one, they have less socioeconomic power, and two, they access more public services where corruption is more likely to be prevalent. A joint UNDP and UN Women report of 2010 highlighted that petty corruption, that is when basic public services are sold instead of provided as of right, affects poor women and girls who are often asked to pay bribes, including sexual favors. Women's disempowerment and their dependence on public service delivery mechanisms for access to essential services such as healthcare, access to water and education increases their vulnerability to the consequences of corruption in related social service delivery systems. For instance, research published in 2019 by the UNDP highlighted that in Anglophone West Africa, the most prevalent corrupt practices were 1, absenteeism of health workers, 2, diversion of patients to private facilities, 3, inappropriate procurement, 4, informal payments, and 5, theft of drugs and supplies. Thus, these forms of corruption led to lower access to and utilization of health services, which in turn resulted in higher maternal mortality. A study also published in 2019 by Christian Michelson Institute, CMI, shows that corruption contributes to poor education outcomes. Diversion of funds meant for proper functioning of schools and the payment of bribes for educational services disadvantaged poor students and reduced their chances of equal access to education. The demand for sex by teachers was a major contributing factor associated with girl students dropping out of school. A recent publication by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in 2020 states that women also make up the majority of the informal sector workers around the world, and informal businesses typically have to pay more bribes to corrupt networks and the police to stay in business. The above narratives and facts that Sierra Leone ratified the United Nations Convention Against Corruption in September 2005 are compelling reasons for women's involvement in the fight against corruption. By ratifying the convention, the country committed to implement preventive measures and undertook to put in place provisions to criminalize corruption offenses and take appropriate enforcement actions. Furthermore, corruption may appear to impact women and men differently. Women's perceptions and consequences of corruption go far beyond the widely accepted financial or material definitions. It includes more diverse misuses of power, such as sexual trafficking and exploitation, illegal actions, and physical abuse, which are usually perpetrated by men and or oblivious about. Empowered women who could participate in decision-making are normally powerful actors contributing to the fight against corruption. Research studies carried out in 2010 established a strong correlation between low corruption levels and higher women's representation among top-ranking public officials and political appointees, such as ministers, permanent secretaries, heads of public sector agencies, and so on. Further elucidation in recent studies allude to the fact that higher women representation in decision-making structures take place in already less corrupt environments where gender inclusivity and mainstreaming are upheld. That is, gender-related barriers have been minimized or eliminated in such circumstances. So how do we get gender equality and the fight against corruption in Sierra Leone? Women participation in all sectors of public life is crucial for greater accountability, transparency, and responsiveness from governments and service providers. There is thus a need for gender mainstreaming in the enforcement of laws and delivery of social services. For that to happen, there is a need for strengthening our laws and institutions, guaranteeing equal rights for men and women into policy and rules, making positions and allowing women to fully participate in the fight against corruption. Thankfully, Sierra Leone has a robust legal and regulatory framework for fighting corruption. Numerous laws have been enacted and regulatory strategies and policies have been developed. The different organs of government, that is the executive, parliament, and the judiciary, in cohorts with civil society and the media, contributes to our nation's anti-corruption efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the above mentioned, I wish to make some specific suggestions for consideration. Disrupting corrupt networks. Disrupting corrupt networks through the introduction of a wide array of actors, including women from different cultural backgrounds, may be a far greater and long-lasting deterrent to corruption than simply focusing on the positive influence of women alone. Diversity. Diversity is important not only in the context of fairness to individuals and marginalized groups, but also to improving equitable distribution of justice across the society. Against this background, diversity should be used as a strategic tool in combating corruption. Building on women's awareness. It is necessary to build women's awareness of basic governance concepts and challenges. The campaign should mostly be directed to poor women, especially those in hard-to-reach remote rural areas who are socially disadvantaged as low-income earners in ethnic and linguistic minorities that tend to be excluded from mainstream societal networks through which they can leverage greater resources and access to services. Evidence is emerging that when a significant proportion of at least 30% of public office holders are women, gender equality and inclusion issues gain more prominence in public deliberations. These deliberations often include anti-corruption agendas and strategies. Efforts to proactively preach gender equity of at least 30% of women in all spheres of decision-making activities should be reinforced. Notwithstanding, the policies must recognize that effective accountability and oversight systems are more important than mere inclusion for gender parity. Without relevant qualifications and experience of public sector officials, ensuring responsive and non-corrupt service delivery should be key in making such appointments. Strong social movements that include transparency and anti-corruption groups involving women politicians and women's civil society groups should be an important part of efforts to tackle corruption. Moral education. Moral education does not necessarily have to have any religious content, just a matter of knowing what is right from what is wrong. So moral education in nursery, primary and secondary schools, together with public moral education in the media for all levels of society, is instructive. An encouragement of work ethic and its long-term beneficial effects on society should also be of significance. Gender-sensitive good governance will ensure that public resources are spent effectively and efficiently on public services that build human capital in a gender inclusion way, reduce corruption, such as sexual extortion, which will prevent other abuses of women's human rights, integrate into political reforms and anti-corruption programming. Gender-responsive budgeting. Public spending is often managed by men, which is likely to create barriers for women to access information regarding actual expenditures. Gender-responsive budgeting promotes women's participation in public sector expenditure analysis with a view towards assessing the impacts of public spending decisions on women's rights. While individual women may not be less corrupt than individual men, where there is a critical mass of women, approximately 30%, in decision-making positions, policy and budget decisions, priorities often change in ways that benefit not just women and girls, but communities. This opens avenue for women to seek redress from public accountability failures and may in turn lead to reducing the gendered impacts of corruption. So can women be agents of collective action in the fight against corruption in Sierra Leone? Like in other countries, fighting corruption in Sierra Leone requires a multi-stakeholders approach. All actors across society must be involved to enhance transparency, accountability, and participation that is necessary for good governance. Women in Sierra Leone should continue to contribute to the prevention, investigation, and prosecution of corruption offences while working for the relevant public bodies, such as the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Director of Public Prosecutions Office, the Audit Service of Sierra Leone, the National Public Procurement Authority, and the judiciary. This can be achieved by playing critical roles in vibrancy and awareness-raising civil society groups, grassroots organizations, corruption watch organizations, and so on. Effective coordination is required between like-minded female actors from the public sector, private sector, and civil society, working in collaboration with their male counterparts to collectively prevent and mitigate corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude my remarks by making 5 key points. Firstly, women organizations should be at the forefront in the fight against corruption. This will minimize the disproportionately menacing corrupt practices affecting their kind. Secondly, improvements in governance architecture and strengthening of public probity institutions are necessary to address gender inequality with great potential to reduce corruption. Thirdly, gender equality and inclusion should be mainstreamed into anti-corruption efforts in the country. All policies aimed at preventing and reducing corruption should be gender mainstreamed. Fourthly, women advocacy for 30% representation, together with access to leadership positions in the public and private sectors without being subjected to bullying, intimidation, and harassment, all in a bid to achieve gender-responsive and corruption-free socio-economic development. And last but not least, but most importantly, female leaders should be treated with respect, dignity, and equity. There is a strong national value in having strong, well-qualified women in the lead. This is quality in the motivation that women leadership provide for girls, young girls in our society. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Wow. So I'd like to join in asking the question, can we, women, be the agents to support the fight against corruption in Sierra Leone? Can we? Can we? So that should be our take-home today, that we have a role to play and we can be the agents. At this point, we would want to have a short entertainment from Kandebura Entertainment for just 5 minutes. Are they here? Are they here? Okay.
Inshallah. Amizu, kota kuldi wafirami. Inshallah. Amizu, kota kuldi wafirami. Inshallah. Amizu, kota kuldi wafirami.
Thank you.
much. That was entertaining, though short, but at least. Okay, so we also want to call on a 6-minute skit to be done by Shaka Kamara, Elias Eyemata, and Tim. 6 minutes, yes. I'd like members of the high table to kindly join us down there so that we get the stage ready for our panelists. Whilst we are doing that, Yemata and Tim will take the stage.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner, are you okay now? You are well seated now. Okay, Mom. Thank you very much. This is not the drama presentation for now. It's not yet time for that. This is just brief performance while the stage is being set for the panel discussion. I'm Shaka Kamara, comedian Yemata, the laughing matter. But today this is serious matter because my boss is here. If I misbehave now, Nakombo. God is good. I think, where is the British High Commissioner? Okay. She said, this is colossal because corruption keeps the minds of people in poverty. Truly, truly, without mandate or how many of we are. Then begin the way they see to us. Finally, they don't know the one way they do oral English. Now we see her today, so. They don't go, eh? La lefo. I can't go appear before and for British visa, you not give me. Oh, Commissioner, God bless you. Margaret, you get serious fine. He introduced everybody, he left DC. Papa, God bless you, sir. Inquiry letter, na himself write a word in Isaiah. Himself words here. So we demand then this blessed day now who can scratch. Because we there our commissioner say this na woman program, not so. And no, we're not gonna go service day on. Then they can't begin serve. And just a brief information, please. You know say they far now for go now. If he left Sudan, we serve you, go no side. You know people get that bad habit. They never know so they owes they far as they eat per program. You go joy you no more now. You below they can't go by that we area far. If the area far go now, will not serve it. Please do not put hands together for with mommy at the house. Mommy Sylvia, Blind, God bless you. God bless you, ma. May or they don't wait for you. They said today will not go die. They said I may go invite her. You know, everyone enter at the hall. In they don't wait. Anti-corruption staff, oh yeah. Please all put hands together for we commission and level clap for them. Until now, I read the speech of commission again. Any position you a woman apply for, you go need prayer. If you wear rub lipstick, na business. But on a more serious note, corruption they lead to poverty. Very serious. Apo make me daddy go to school, go talk price for school fee. Just enter the principal of it. Principal, how much he say primary school fee this year? The principal said this year primary school fee na 12,000. He said for this short bubble, you not go hold 7.5. Then the principal say, go, you don't set record. Me and me daddy would don't then oh, sticky there's no food. And angry get the way they catch you, things they begin changing a year. Sticky there's no food, they watch me daddy, they see a J1 bread. Why ask me, brother? I say, I they see that they see a butter. I say, well, this law try arrange a one time. Now poverty make one guy go to map before ATM machine from money to net for pull 10,000. We pull even the machine ala. No kaya again no get nothing for you. It's very serious. So we still they carry on. They still the park. We see the youth minister. Kana Kinjime say one buying with the youth them. They left buying and saying phone loss. Now begin ala do a big. Me phone don't loss. Una pull up for me. Now one of the gangsters they say, why you pull the code, they pull the phone. Because one put her off now, the phone now they go off. Very serious. And also, corruption, they talk about exam malpractice. Yeah, now institutions there. We're very important. This will last law exam. One guy go part-time company in back. Say, spy. They spy from me, they join on. You are lad. I go spy now. I go spy from you. Afraid students will get cross here. It is spy, no know side they watch. So as you see, I just say the Lord be with you. Yes, you not go able to tell. And I think we IG representative, they have really put hands together for the police. Yeah, Salon police that they try. I don't see you say Salon police refuse bribe. They say, I think I say no. I say, Bobo, Salon police don't improve. Now I say, forget now, my pockets don't flop. But mommy, una safe. Una they try anyway. Una they try. Even though the gangster they grow every day, it's not easy. Salon police. Me uncle na police. If the whole gun, he had koboko, you know, do he take penef. Whether they go there, they say, because the bobo they say don't pull close now. And they tell you, try the way then they take kush, whether they talk with the area. Hey, bro, we in the abu now. And a kush. But this one we don't count now, we then call Spark 5. You know, you need to read the talk. We understand. As they were this you don't go to another level. Gangster thief people phone. Again, paddy wrong and go. Then beat and say, let's call the phone now. Call the paddy like out the phone back. Now I call, hello. I'm outside, they count that phone. Then I say, me man, I don't dock. Dock go outside. Now me, they don't only account people phone. But me, director there, Director Sandy, God bless you. Yeah, one of the simplest director. All directors in the house are welcome. Where Director Evelyn? Yeah, God bless you. They say this, they left smile to people, you put them as L. So, okay, then go just write his statements, not worry you. Okay? Yeah, Noah, please, let them fast track in statements. Meanwhile, they don't call police that they come for you. Say, okay, let them just cry and go drum. Let go with the. Say go see ID now, go, they go so small. With this, God bless you. I think the stage don't set now. I appreciate you now. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Do we all know that Yemata is a staff of the Anti-Corruption Commission? So even though he's like this, the day he was interviewed, I saw a different Yemata for the job. But anyway, that's for another day. So ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. Our panel discussion. I'll call on the PRO, Ms. Margaret Murray, to introduce our panelists and our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fofana. My job here this afternoon is not much. I'm here to introduce the moderator and the panelists for the discussion on women taking center stage in the fight against corruption. Our moderator is the head of advocacy and movement building. She is a practicing barrister and solicitor of the High Court of Sierra Leone. She was previously a state counsel at the Ministry of Justice and senior defense counsel at the Sierra Leone Legal Aid Board, and serves as General Secretary of General Legal Council, the authority responsible for the regulation of the legal profession in Sierra Leone. As former president of Power Women 232, a network of women professionals and entrepreneurs, and former vice president for Lawyers, the Female Lawyers Organization, she is an inspirational advocate for the empowerment of women and girls and always willing to serve in their interests. Additionally, she is the Saturday breakfast show presenter on Capital Radio Sierra Leone. In 2007, she excelled as the moderator for the vice presidential candidates debate during Sierra Leone's general elections, and most recently, she was the legal analyst for the Women's Situation Room during the Sierra Leone's 2018 elections. She has been recognized as one of the 100 most inspiring Sierra Leoneans and 50 influential Sierra Leonean women 2019 and 2020 respectively. Her favorite quote is, "Feminist politics aims to end domination, to free us to be who we are, to live lives where we love justice, where we can live in peace. Feminism is for everybody." Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce to you our moderator for the panel discussion, Nikki Spencer Coker. Our first panelist is currently the Executive Secretary of the newly formed Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion, set up by an Act of Parliament in December 2020. She is the founder and was the Chief Executive Officer of Advocacy Movement Network for 17 years, an indigenous non-governmental organization based in Sierra Leone. She holds a master's degree in development studies and has been an advocate on human rights and peace-building issues at national and international platforms. She developed a passion and interest in humanitarian field with specialty in alleviating the sufferings of women and children in Sierra Leone. She is highly self-motivated and passionate about gender issues and a firm believer in youth mentorship. She has won many national and international awards and accolades for her unrelenting efforts and passion in promoting resilience and empowerment for vulnerable women and girls in Sierra Leone. Please help me welcome Hawa Sali Samai. Our next panelist is a member of the Sierra Leone People's Party. Her political limelight started in 2002 as chairperson of the District Management Committee, Moyamba District Council. In recognition of her exemplary performance as chairperson of the District Management Committee, she entered Parliament since 2005 through the PR system. And whilst in Parliament, she also became the Sierra Leone People's Party Women's Leader in Constituency 094 and Sierra Leone People's Party District Women's Leader in Moyamba District. On her re-election to Parliament in 2007, she served as chairperson on different parliamentary oversight committees, including the Committees on Fisheries and Marine Resources and Information and Communication. Since the inception of the 5th Parliament of the Second Republic, she was nominated as member of the Sierra Leone delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament in honor of her tremendous service to Parliament and the country at large. In a similar vein, she was appointed chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Trade and Industry. In addition to the above, she was appointed president of the Sierra Leone Parliamentary Female Caucus. In 2019, she acted as the Speaker of Parliament. And as part of her achievement at constituency level, she constructed the Veronix Junior Secondary School at Kagboro Chiefdom, among others. In recognition of her parliamentary performance, she was awarded as Best Member of Parliament in 2008 by all walks of life. Outside political and parliamentary career, she is an actress and a movie producer of the Veronique's production. And as a result of her excellent performance in the film industry, she has been awarded the National Entertainment Awards in 2018 and many other international movie awards. Please help me welcome Honorable Veronica K. Sise. Our final panelist, our final revered and illustrious panelist is a household name. She entered the Annie Walsh Memorial Secondary School, the oldest girls' secondary school in sub-Saharan Africa, as the best entrant of all the 1982 intake, and exactly 5 years later, she graduated with the school's best GCE O-levels in 1987. She graduated with the best BSc results from medical school in 1993, and again graduated in 1996 with an MBCHB to become a medical doctor. She is a Sierra Leone-trained medical doctor who is also certified by the United States Educational Commission for foreign medical graduates with an United States medical license, as well as being a member of Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association. She is a member of Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, as well as being a socio-political commentator, an information communication and technology consultant, a human and gender rights activist, the current CEO and owner of one of the widely read and fast-selling newspapers, the Awareness Times, a noted philanthropist, and a major trailblazer in breaking the glass ceiling that inhibits Sierra Leonean women. At university in June 1994, she emerged as Sierra Leone's first woman to be elected as a University of Sierra Leone Student Union's president. In 1995, as Student Union president, she was invited by the United Nations to represent Sierra Leone's female youth in Beijing, China, in the United Nations Conference on Women, where she delivered the famous Female Youth of Africa speech to the warm embrace of Julius Nyerere of Tanzania and Winnie Mandela of South Africa, among others. At age 30, she became the youngest ever national political party leader and the third ever Sierra Leone woman to lead a fully registered political party, the Young People's Party, YPP, in 2002. She has been named as the child-appointed Goodwill Ambassador for Sierra Leone's children since 2004. She also serves as a National Goodwill Ambassador for the youths appointed in December 2011 by a nationwide youth selection in Sierra Leone. On the 27th April 2007, she became the youngest ever Sierra Leonean then to be honored with an Officer of the Order of Rokel insignia in recognition of her service to the nation by the late President, His Excellency, President Ahmed Tijan Kaba. In February 2013, she became the first woman ever appointed to Sierra Leone State House with cabinet rank as Special Executive Assistant to the former President, Ernest Bai Koroma. She also served as Cabinet Minister of Social Welfare, Gender and Children's Affairs, with her portfolio including being in charge of all religious affairs in Sierra Leone. She led her country's delegation to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child at the 73rd session. She has also led Sierra Leone's delegation to the 10th session of the Conference of State Parties to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. She has delivered papers promoting Sierra Leone at prestigious places like Chatham House, Royal Institute, and has also worked with the Commonwealth and the United Nations on social development issues. Her favorite quote is from Proverbs 29, verse 25 to 27, and I read, "The fear of man brings a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord shall be safe. Many seek the ruler's favor, but justice for man comes from the Lord. An unjust man is an abomination to the righteous, and he who is upright in the way is an abomination to the wicked." Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our distinguished panelist, Dr. Sylvia Olayinka or Blyden.
Madam Chair, my Lady Justice Al-Hadi, Commissioner Kaifala of the ACC, Deputy Commissioner, female staff of the ACC, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Nikki Spencer Coker. As Margaret gave a lovely introduction, and I bring you greetings from my institution, Purposeful Feminist Organization in Sierra Leone. So I put that at the forefront so that we shall not be inadvertently offended for any reason as we go along, right? And I also, at the start, will also ask for forgiveness of my dear friend, the commissioner, if I inadvertently offend. But then again, he's asked us to be, open, to be upfront, to be controversial if that's what it takes. So the gloves are off, right, panelists? Right? But we'll keep it cute because at the end of the day, we are still ladies. Corruption is an abuse of trust, power, or position for improper gain. It includes offering and receiving bribes, embezzlement, conflict of interest, sextortion, nepotism. The list is endless, and plainly speaking, in Sierra Leone, it is an endemic problem. According to the 2015 Population and Housing Census report, female citizens account for 51.3% of the population, as opposed to males at 48.7%, and it hasn't changed much. And yet, out of the, I think, approximately 146 members of our parliament, only 18 are women, representing about 12% of the population. And there are only 4 female members in cabinet. Let me provoke you all by submitting that this is symptomatic of endemic corruption. Let me be bold to say that patriarchy is corruption. A World Bank study of 150 countries in Europe, Africa, and Asia reveals that there's a link between higher representation of women in government and lower levels of corruption. Another study by Transparency International, uncovering 60,000 households in more than 60 countries, also found that women are less likely than men to pay bribes. What corruption and gender have in common is power, the access to it, and the abuse of it. And we know that power is still overwhelmingly in the hands of men. And I'm not in any way implying that women are less corrupt than men. After all, corruption does not have an assigned gender. But what we know so far is that gender equality and women's empowerment, such as greater female representation in government, higher literacy rates, and an increased labor force participation rate for women are all indicators of a thriving nation, and this can be linked to reduced levels of perceived corruption in the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished panelists, the real question here this morning is, can women really make a difference in the fight against corruption? And if yes, how can we maximize their role? So with that, let me turn now to our panelists and see if we can tease out some factors for us all to learn from here, deliberate on, and come up with some sort of plan, because I think that's what the anti-corruption wants us to do today. A roadmap, so to speak. This is for all of our panelists. I will start with Honorable Veronica Sisay at the far end, being, I believe you're now the longest serving member of Parliament, and I think that deserves a round of applause. Both men and women engage in corrupt practices, and the consequences can affect both sexes. But we've heard from speakers earlier this morning, and I want you to give your perspective as a lawmaker in this country. Are there different ways corruption manifests for women?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. And moderator, before I start, before I go into the question, I must say thanks to the organizers, especially my son. I normally call him my son because he has tried and he's still trying. And I want to say thank you. And I just want to recall your memory. The last, when you were in Parliament for your approval, when I said SO2, when normally we want to speak Creole or any other language, we say SO2. SO2. In Timne, they say Ololkerololi, meaning he's young or he's capable, he's strong. I say that. And now you have proven it and have learned so quickly. And I told them, never mind you are young, some people are saying maturity, blah, 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 but I told them you learn on the job and have learned and have proven it. I'm so proud of you. That's why I told you yesterday that I was supposed to go for ECOWAS Parliament. I said, but for your sake, I will do everything. Because I'm vouched for you. So why can't I go to make you proud? And I say thank you. Keep it up. And let me tell you why you have succeeded. It's because you have passion for women. And any man in this world, here, if you have passion for women and how he has done, and as we heard from the presenter there and the chairperson from the office saying he has done more for women, God will surely bless you. And all of you here, talking about our 30%, I know you do it. If you want to succeed, like the father then, you will have what it takes to grow like me. Thank you very much. Let me come to your question. Talking about corruption, especially for women in this world, I can see. I will not say for Sierra Leone because it is a top-down something that goes on and on. But first of all, what men can do, we can do it better. We can do it better in sex. And if really we want to play a pivotal role, let us be involved in all sectors. Let us be, part of you. We are business partners. We should be seen side by side. Because sometimes men has, I can say with excuse, they have virus. They have so many things to think about. But we women are there to pamper them. We are there to eradicate, to erase that virus in their minds. It is simple.
Honorable, if I could interrupt you for a second. And that is the essence of why you stand at the forefront for us as women in Parliament, not just for women, but in general for Sierra Leoneans, but as a towering figure, a lawmaker in our Parliament. And whilst all of that is true, I'd like, from your unique perspective, to give us your idea or your take on how corruption manifests specifically for women, as how does it differ, in your opinion, for men or women?
Well, for women, we have a role to play in this. We have so many things, the ideas that we can share with them. I cannot vouch because women, we are not 100%. We can do it. We are not 100% because you cannot say I'm not corrupt or I cannot do anything that is bad, but we minimize it. What I want to say here is, to minimize it, the women in the fight against corruption, women must first have equal access to play a role in this fight. We should be given the equal opportunity. It's obvious that although there are no evidence that women are less corrupt than men, gender parity presents an opportunity for women to change and to become agents in creating, nurturing, implementing, and enforcing systems and bars to sanction corruption.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Honorable. Put your hands together for the Honorable, please. Thank you. I'm going to have the same question for the first question for all three panelists. Dr. Biden, we'll go to you next. And I'd like, again, for you to, if you believe it's so, give your opinion if there are different ways in which corruption manifests for women as opposed to men. Well, specifically in Sierra Leone and generally in society as well.
Most definitely, women belong to a vulnerable group in any society. And vulnerable people normally need social assistance from whosoever is in authority, whether it's the police, whether it's the medical, whether it's the social welfare officer. And if women are normally more vulnerable than men, naturally, if you have a society where for you to access social services, you have to pay a bribe, then definitely there will be more women affected by a corrupt society than men. Because primarily women are the primary caregivers. So if somebody's child is sick and the child needs to be taken to the hospital, most of the time it will be the mother who will take the child to the hospital. And then it will be the mother who will have to pay a bribe for the child to get required medical services. So definitely, women being more vulnerable than men in a society, definitely women will be more affected if a society is corrupt.
Thank you, Doctor. To you, Ms. Samai, as a noted civil society activist of long standing, and interacting not just with the private sector, but also in the public sector and government structures as well. Do you have an opinion? Do you believe that there are different ways corruption manifests for women differently from men?
I'll say yes to that question. Firstly, looking at our nation, Syria, as a very fragile nation, you find the fragility in every sphere of life, and from children, youth, and the women themselves. If we take an hypothetical case here, and we look at a young girl going to school, and this young girl is being raped by a teacher, and she cannot abort the pregnancy because they do not even have the funds as a family. That child is already disenfranchised as a child from going to school. That girl going to the hospital where drugs have been stolen cannot get proper care for herself as maternal care, and this child most probably might lose her life through giving back, vulnerability there, or assuming she survived that as well. The child might lost his or her life, another vulnerability to that child, or let's assume both of them survive. Now, that's the child, having a child to care for. And the family themselves cannot sustain the child, now they have a grandchild to take care of. A practical example of what's going on in Syria. How do they survive? Now, if we look at our education status in Sierra Leone, it means that girl child have dropped out of school, and it forms part of our elite safety rates for women and girls in Sierra Leone, differentialized as well as a girl, as a woman, to become what she should have become. We're looking at the root of corruption and how it impedes in not only the girl or the woman, but as a nation. So we'll look at just affecting one child to see how the nation will suffer economical, social, and even political. Because that child might have become a president, a vice president, and might have assert herself in the key decision-making position as a woman. So just one drop of corruption can affect a whole nation. So corruption itself is a big matter, and we should all look at corruption as something that collectively we need to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. I think what all three of panelists have said and agreed on is that corruption is not neutral. Given that, Dr. Blyden, how would you say gender equality supports the fight against corruption, be it with relation to education, leadership, economic empowerment? And if you don't agree, you can also state that.
I most certainly agree, and I will talk about that a little bit. And then, since we are looking at the opportunities and the challenges, I will talk on the challenge that gender equality can bring forward. Most definitely, gender equality can support the fight. The fight for gender equality can support the fight against corruption, because as it eloquently stated to us by our keynote speaker, it is proven, it is recorded, research has shown that women are less corrupt than men. That's not debatable, it has been proven. So the fight for gender equality definitely will result in more women in positions of decision making, and by extension, less corruption. Now there's a converse to that, and that's going to be one of the challenges that I think the Anti-Corruption Commission and all of us fighting corruption will have to look at as we chart going forward. Now I'm going to give you two short scenarios. Let's say we have a group of men, corrupt men. They have a corrupt agenda. They want to do something corrupt. So what do? They know that there is this big gender equality slogans all over the place, and women are pumped up for more women in authority. So what do? They find a woman, and they put the woman in charge of all their corrupt activities. And when that woman is caught in corruption, they know that there's going to be a loud chant of no, we won't agree, we want more women in positions of authority. So you're not going to touch this woman, no. Now, that is an abuse of the fight for gender equality. And it is actually happening. It has to be recognized, it has to be documented, and it has to be fought against. Secondly, if a woman knows that she is corrupt, I have served as a cabinet minister, and I had to work extra hard to fight corruption. But it is very, very easy to be corrupt in Sierra Leone. Trust me. The civil servants come up to you, the politicians, and they just show you ways and means for you to be corrupt. Unless you don't want to be corrupt, it is very easy to be corrupt. So I had to fight extra hard as a woman not to be corrupted. However, if you now have a woman who is corrupt and in a position of authority, if we do not recognize that side by side, side by side, side by side, side by side, actually means the man is corrupt, the woman is corrupt, equally so. However, if we now come and we do not recognize that there are women who are corrupt, and when they are corrupt, they should be called out, we will have a situation where we actually negate the fight against corruption and the fight for gender equality. Because if you have a woman who is corrupt, and she's hiding behind gender, she knows that the women are going to get up and shout for her. She knows she's corrupt. She knows she's looted money. But she knows the women are going to shout and fight for her and say, because she's a woman, we have to recognize that vice. When we interplay and dovetail gender equality and the fight against corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Biden. Honorable to say, Dr. Blyden makes allusion to corrupt women in Sierra Leone. As the leader of the female caucus in Parliament, you are sometimes in an unenviable position of presenting a gold standard. Would you say that women are more fairly or unfairly treated in the fight against corruption?
Thank you very much. You see, I always say this. Talking about corruption is a common enemy for all of us, not only women. It's a common enemy because if there is corruption in a country, everybody will suffer equally. In an institution, for instance, in parliament, let me talk about parliament because I'm a lawmaker. If the parliament is corrupt, definitely there is all possibility for people to say parliament is not even booming because there will be rubber stamping, they will be taking issues, policies as as it comes. But as a woman with a long-standing idea about parliament or in politics, I feel we are unfairly treated. Because if you want really to eradicate corruption or minimize, because it is not easy to eradicate, you just fight it. And as my colleague has said, if a woman wants to be corrupt, because she feels that if there is anything to talk about, women will be there to shout. We will not shout because we want to shout, because we want to see more women of substance. Let women lead and others will follow. Because if we feel you are corrupt, you feel this world that are doing are embezzled, are done this or that, and if it comes out, we'll be there to shout. No, don't think we will cover it because we want to see an example. We want to see an example. So if you give the mandate to a woman, if a woman wants to be corrupt, she will be 100%. And it will not be easy for her to just get it out like that. So if we really want to help the situation, the empowerment for women, let there be that equal opportunity. And like we are talking about 30%. Let's say we have 30% in parliament. If there are issues that are, or corrupt policies that are there, we will go in our own SO2 and talk to ourselves. We say this is not good. If this happens, we the women will get the bulk of the punishment because we are a vulnerable group. So to say, talking about the 30%, if we are empowered, if we are 30% in all spheres of life or in the workforce, I think will make a difference. We just want the people to give us the mandate, to give us the chance. And when a woman is disciplined, believe me, there are changes, you see changes. Because you heard from Dr. minded. She was a minister. Sometimes she can be, you know, but for the fact, she can come out to say the truth sometimes. She comes out to say the truth sometimes, never mind what political party or what they can say about her. But when it is fact, she can say it. And these are the women that we want to see. If you are talking about empowerment for women, empower yourself. Changing your attitude doesn't mean you have to change someone's attitude. It starts from your very self. Change your own attitude. When you change your attitude, then you become a woman of substance. Then we'll be talking about the less corrupt practices in the women's world.
Thank you, Honorable. Ms. Samaya? The question is revolving around gender equality, supporting the fight against corruption, be it education leadership or economic empowerment. As the conversation goes on, there is the question that comes to my mind about whether or not gender equality is possible without a feminist infusion amongst the women in Sierra Leone. From my standpoint, I see it as lacking. So from your standpoint, how would you see gender equality in the support against corruption?
Okay, again, I want to say thanks. But let me take us a little bit back. First, where we are and where we're coming from and where we should be heading to. We, Sierra Leone, we're at a very resilient state now as a nation. It means that systems that started working, we're making some amount of progress, and we're all trying to come together in one way or the other. Where have we been before getting to this point? Sierra Leone has been a very, very fragile state. It deteriorated until it got to war. We were at war. Some of us, I know the young ones do not understand what war means. It was horrible, it was terrible. And a lot of people lost their lives during this time. But we'll ask ourselves, what were the causes of this war? We go back to the TIC recommendations. Some of the highlights from that recommendations were corruption was key, endemic in our nation. We also noticed uneven distribution of wealth. It means some people were rich, the rich were getting richer, the poor were getting extremely poor. And we also noticed the exclusion of minority. And what are those minorities? The minority are the women and the children, the vulnerable population. That's us. Why were we the minority when population-wise we're more than the men because of our patriarchal society? So we were insignificant in terms of decision making. Going back, you will see most of the time there will only be one female minister or just two in a whole cabinet. And we'll say we are still over 50% as women. So definitely, we were in the minority. It didn't go well. The war lasted for a very long time. But who were the ones that actually came to stand and say we're fed up and we're tired of this? They were the majority that were excluded, and those were the women. They were Bintumani 1. They were Bintumani 2. They were everywhere. They were at Fode Sanko's house. A lot of them lost their lives through mediation and negotiations. And yet we're still irrelevant in the core. question. Were we together? No. Not every woman was part of this agenda, but yet we all wanted peace. Am I right? Yes, we wanted peace. So where we are today, do we want a sustainable wealth and a right economy for us, for our children, for the future? Is that what we want? I'm asking.
Yes.
Yes, that's what we want. So we do not need to be of the same ideology. What we want to see is our systems working. Why is America today where it is? Because their systems are working. Everything is auditable. Everybody is answerable to the system, including the president. Whether you be a man or you be a woman, you're still answerable to society. So if we want to succeed as women, whether you are in party A, whether you're in party B, whether you're in party Z, what we should be thinking about is for the good of the nation. We should all be willing to be accountable. We should all be willing to work towards the same goal, and that's in the interest of the country and not our self-interest, which will keep us in the minority instead of the majority of which we are. We need to stand up for the truth and allow justice to take its course, and then we will succeed as a nation, and we will continue to be a resilient and very strong citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Honorable Hussein, given that setup from Mr. Mann, is it your opinion, will Sierra Leone be better if women are in more leadership positions?
100%. 100%. It goes without saying. And even when we are asking for the 30%, initially we started with 50%. But they started to pull us down, talking this and that, oh, the elites, blah, blah, blah. Now we have brought it down to 30%. And this 30%, you can just read along the line. Look at the institution that deals with the corrupt practices in this country. Look how many women, and look how they are growing. That's the simple ideology. Simple. You give us 30% in parliament and see what the women can do in that parliament. Even these 18 of us, we move mountains. I can assure you. This is all what we want. We the women can do it. I always say this, we are developers. Women are multipliers. Women are partners in development. Women are teachers. Women are everything. You can give a woman a drop of something. She can make something out of it. Things out of it. You and I know. A drop of something. You can get stress. One pet. And everything. We are multipliers. So it goes without saying. You give us the space. Give us the space. And let me bring your attention to the second stanza of our national anthem. Anthem for women in this country. In the whole world. It was composed by a lady in Cameroon. I am a member of the Commonwealth. I'm representing the 5 countries in the Commonwealth. It says, women can't be silent when around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out now for justice and development and hold the rights of all the people high. We are going to shout, we will talk, we will tell you people that we are 52%. We are tired of seeing or hearing these corrupt practices. Because if we talk about vulnerable, we are the vulnerable people. Even in parliament. You see, I'm the only person that is seated in that line. It's because I told them I am the most senior. I'm 17 years in parliament. So if you are putting me down, All women. Each time you go there, they will say, women, wait for we are SO2. We are arranging something, or we are doing something. I then told them, there is no society that can exist without the knowledge of a woman. So I have to be there. You have to be close. You push. You have to push. That's why I always quote my president. He said, if you want it, go for it. If you want it, go for it. And if we sit there, we keep on saying, no, being a woman, another go there, another do this. When are you going to be there? It will be till thy kingdom come. So, answering to your question, this is just a preamble. More than 100%. You give us chance. Pretty soon, as we are saying about 30%, they will not agree to give us the 30%. But we are going to lobby them. We will tell them we are going to be side by side as we have from this woman. No longer men in front and the women at the back. But we should be working side by side. We have so many things, so many good things that we can help you to develop. But without us, women, you cannot succeed. Even in the farms, we are talking about 30%, but 70% in the farms are being done by women. True of us. In the homes, we are now managers. The men will go and say, manage. Let me just, we are all managers. This is just a little thing. And we talk as long as it's something that has to do with women. I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, because I'm in the law place. So, the prioritizing women's empowerment, anti-corruption, and transparency experts, you should try to organize a working group and a network. This network can help the people of this country. Because I always state, this is a common enemy, it cuts across. You can be corrupt even by the words that you say, where you say it, what you say. Sometimes you talk corrupt or you encourage me to be corrupt. And I'm happy for the organizers to bring these young stars. We have to catch them young. We should be going to the schools to tell them, if you spy, it's a corrupt practice. If you go along SO2, giraffe method, it's a corrupt practice. You teacher, if you call me to go and say, okay, if you bring this out, this for you. Even during our time, we used to carry Asasi, when they say practical. But now, if you don't carry soap or money or this, you will fail. Tell them it's corrupt. You who is doing it, and even the parents who are giving money to their children or buying something to one, give the teacher to mark, to give them extra mark, it's corrupt practice. Let us go down to the schools, catch them young. And I'm happy we have a project in Parliament that we call Catch Them Young. We have to be catching them young. We have to add this in our syllabus to make sure corrupt practices are minimized in this country.
Thank you, Honorable. Hold on to the mic, because I have a quick follow-up question for you. As a member of Parliament, but also as a member of a political party, as you're pushing for the 30% across the board for Syria and for women's leadership. Should we not be starting with a 30% push for the political parties themselves? Isn't that the most corrupt practice?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. And that was the question I was expecting. That is the very easy, because we have said 30%. And I'm going to throw the first two. That is why in my own party, I am going for the national deputy chairman for my party. That's the start. Because I have to throw the first two. If we are saying we want women, we are the women. People keep on saying we are the women, we are the women. I am the women. I am the president for the Feeding Caucus. I have to throw the first two. So if I say I'm going to relent and say I'm scared, there are so many men, 4 men we are contesting together. But let me assure you, I am going to win that election by the grace of God and by your support, each and everyone in this world. Because we have to lead and others to follow. If I miss this, then we are going to miss the 30% definitely. But I know I'm not going to miss it, because I'm capable, I am competent, I'm likable, I can do what I can do, and I cannot say I'm 100% or I'm the best, I'm a debater or whatever, but I try my own little way. English is not my mother tongue, but I try. I flow, the message will flow. So that's the only thing I have to do.
Thank you, Honorable. Dr. Ryden, how do you see women's leadership transforming corrupt systems? Will Sierra Leone be better if women are in more leadership positions?
The answer to that is most definitely yes. I mean, there's no debate about that. Research has shown across the world that the more women in authority, the more women in leadership, the less corrupt is that society. I would go back a little bit on what my big sister had just said here, and let me tell her that if I had been in her party, I would vote for you. And I will not vote for her because she's a woman. Because that's the other mistake that we make when we give blind support on the gender issues. I will vote for Honorable Veronica because I have known her for over 17 years as a very efficient and effective leader. I will vote for Honorable Veronica because I see in her somebody who cares for women, somebody who cares for this country, somebody whose record shows that if she's put in leadership, she produces. When I was minister, Honorable Veronica would perpetually be at my door to lobby for one woman's issue or the other. This is a woman with a proven record. So although I am not in her party, and I will never be in her party, although I belong to the mighty All People's Congress, the greatest political party in Sierra Leone, if I had been in her party, I will vote for her. But there are women in her party that I would never ever support. And we have to be able to know as women how we draw the distinction between supporting a genuine woman who is competent to be a leader and so can help us fight corruption. Because the whole essence of wanting to put more women into positions of leadership is for us to have a better society. We want a better society, and a less corrupt society is a better society. So we have to be able to identify those women amongst us in the same way we identify men amongst us. And there is one way I think if the anti-corruption researchers are looking at ways of enabling women in leadership, and one way this country has neglected for almost over 15 years now. In the year 2004, this country came together and enacted a law that very few people, very few gender activists are aware of this law, but it's there. It is a law which says that every single local council should have a ward. A local councillor should have a ward that councillor is in charge of. And that ward should work with the councillor in creating a ward development committee. And the law says, and this is important, ladies and gentlemen, the law says that that ward committee mandatory should be made up of 50% of women. Very few people know how many of you knew that. There is a law in Sierra Leone that says at the development level of the community, the Ward Development Committee, no councillor should work with any Ward Development Committee where 50% of the committee members are not women. And that is where I believe if we can tap into the Ward Development Committees, if we can pay attention to that law whereby it is mandatory, we have to identify women at that level and put them into Ward Development Committees, then we can identify the next leadership councillors, the next leadership parliamentarians, just...
So you're talking about building from the ground up.
Exactly. And then we would want to get a female president.
Okay. Mr. Mai, as we have just a few more minutes left, and I want to make sure you all get your last words in, I'm going to tease the Anti-Corruption Commission a little bit. It is headed by 2 men, and it has done a lot of work, as they pointed out, nicely, graciously, beautifully, about bringing women up, from a low level to an intermediate level, but it's still headed by 2 men. Is it a barrier to women's involvement in the fight against corruption? That's for you to start off with.
Okay. Let me say no. You said 2
You're a
men.
guest.
You say no. It's a no.
Mm-hmm.
You have some men in our society that are very proactive than women in the fight of feminism or gender activism, right? And just from what we've heard, not just from his speech, but even from the staff, you notice that he's a feminist than most women are in states, in charge of state offices, and even private sector. You hardly hear people talk about, I'm ensuring 50-50% in their offices, or in their business premises, or employment. We would see, we recommend that women apply. But honestly, when it comes to interview, people do not take most of those things into cognizance. I've been on the interview panel before, a lot of them. They will just look for the best. They do not take those strict criteria. They will just say, oh, the men seem to be in better chance, and that one have a baby. Maybe that would be of some hindrance to the work we will be doing if she had to travel up country and the like. But for him to not just put in motion his activity, and we've seen from testimonies that he's actually implementing them already, it also means that he's also creating a vacancy for his own office as well. That there's a possibility where he's not there, a woman who could take over. So he's also preparing that room, not just for his directors, but also his office. So I want to say kudos to the 2 men. Congratulations. But in addition to that, I want to make an appeal, sir. You've done a lot there, but I don't know if you have a women empowerment strategy as part of your policy for your institution. It's key to add that. It's key because this is not just for your office setup, but it's also for the work your institution do. And it will also help you in terms of collaborating with other partners. One of the 2 things that we see coming up in most of what the different speakers that we've heard already, we notice things about socio-economic, and we also notice a few cultural issues. How do we resolve this in line with working with corruption? Social welfare is there. That's one of their roles and responsibilities. How do you team up with them to ensure that they look into every social and economic activity, not just in every district, because that might be limiting your work, but in every chiefdom? Let's go down to chiefdom, let's not go down to village, that would be too much. Let's go down to chiefdom and see. With reference to what Dr. Blyden and others also mentioned about the 50% in work, these are all things that you could incorporate in your women empowerment strategy and see how you could work along. You're not setting any new rules here. You're not setting any new terms. It's basically how do you coordinate with other institutions and how you work to them. You can't do this alone. It's definitely impossible, including civil society and also the youth. The youth, I love youth activities. I love mentorship programs. How do you bring mentorship into some of these kind of activities and see how you could mentor you to take up the role even from school days to even at workplaces, right? We could have people from workplaces. Then it will even prompt them to start studying subjects like those at university, because a lot of them are not even looking at it. So please, let me appeal again that we need the literacy on this subject to become literate so that everybody will benefit with it nationwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mara. As we follow from that, we've seen in recent times the commissioner himself is a great fan of Bring Your Daughter to Work a Day. So we'll continue to push him in the feminization of the ACC. Honorable to say, this will be a final as we round up here. The keynote speaker gave certain suggestions at the end of her speech. She talked about women's organizations being at the forefront of the fight against corruption. She talked about the improvement of government structure. She talked about gender equality and inclusiveness being mainstream in the anti-corruption efforts, which is sort of what Ms. Amaya has just been alluding to. She talked about women's continuing to advocate for the 30% quota across all streams of our governance. And she finally talked about female leaders should be treated with respect and dignity. That last one being as yourself being in the forefront as a female leader. Would you agree, disagree, posit that the keynote speaker's recommendations could serve as a sort of blueprint for us all going forward?
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the keynote address that my lady gave. In fact, I enjoyed the presentation so much that I was lost. I thought it was like something that we are thinking about. And exactly what she said was what in my mind. I was thinking and saying, oh, this, I think my lady will compare. No, because, you know, the problem of women is a universal something. If you wake me today in the morning and say, so to waiting a woman in the encounter, I will tell you, I will not even drink water, I will tell you exactly what is going to say. Because that's why I stated that I have seen it all. And everything that she said is in place. Women, we need respect, especially in the workforce. Not that when we are applying for 30% one woman, yes, they will say 2 woman, they will give the woman a position that she can do or deliver. SO2, not here in the rope, they hold the boat. You hold the boat. We want to see women, because now we have sent a message to other institutions to recruit women. They will say, until you are so now, because that is what you say. We will give them. You will not go and bench me. Give me assignments. Tell me something to do so that I can take after you. We want to see more women doing great things. And also we want to see policies that you can work with the anti-corruption. Let us try to do some amendments in the Anti-Corruption Act. Let us go and release it, because all what we are saying now was not in the Act. So we want to see you bring in that one, and we'll be there to pilot it. I will champion it. You know me, will stand there and talk as long as it concerns about women's development. Really, it's heart-rending. We are 52%, as the statistic says, but where is it? It is not even visible in us. We want to see women, they will say, where are the women? We are there. The women are there, the elders are there, the young girls, the young graduates are there. Why can't we make use of them? Let us catch them young. Let us bring them in our fold. Tomorrow, after 2 or 3 years, we'll retire. Then we want to see who will be there to give them advice. And that one is there, is 100% is in place. As a politician, I give them my word that if there is any amendment to make sure we factor all what we are saying here in your act, I will be there to champion it. And I will convince the he for she, because we have he for she in parliament, parliament. We have our gender, our male supporters there. They are there, they will support us because they have aunties who always lobby them, we cook for them. We tell them it is not easy to lobby parliament. We will cook for them, we talk to them, we give them small things to say, come, go and live here, because we want that 30% to pass. And my last word is, please, all of you and all our listeners, we have this 30% bill. It has been tabled in parliament. It's not about us. It's about your wife, your sister, your daughter, and every woman in this world. Please give us chance. Give us space. We should work side by side. We should be seen developing in this country. What you men can do, we can do it better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Mr. Commissioner, I think that when the gender bill goes to Parliament, your commission should be in the forefront of reminding the parliamentarians that if the female caucus has to cook for them or give them any small thing in order for that bill to pass, that they're all going to be brought up on anti-corruption charges. Don't you agree? Dr. Biden, over to you, just as a roundup as well, keeping in mind the recommendations of the keynote speaker.
Just like Honorable Zise said, the keynote speaker spoke to our hearts. All our words reflected what I believe is in the heart of every woman in this room. And my recommendations should be taken on board by the Anti-Corruption Commission and by every city government entity that is interested in gender mainstreaming and the advancement of women. I was particularly touched by our last recommendation, and I will close my presentation with that. Our last recommendation was for women to be treated with dignity. This is a challenge that women face, and we rarely speak about it. In the workplace, anatomically, I don't have a big buttocks, but my sister here has one of the most beautiful buttocks I have seen. And women like my sister are subjected to what people might say is normal, to pass and just hit you on the bottom. Bam. Am I not correct, my sister? It happens.
I doubt anybody in this day and age is hitting Honorable Veronica to say on the bottom.
No, women, it happens, and
yes.
The reason why this happens is because of the lack of recognition that a woman needs to be dignified. It's not because you will never see a woman go to a man with nice muscular biceps and hit the biceps. But you will see a man go to a woman and hit her buttocks. The reason why that happens is that Hawa Samai has said, we live in a patriarchal society where women are treated as objects and not as whole human beings. And it's an issue that has to be carefully looked at as a nation, because it inhibits women from coming forward. I remember when you spoke to us and you said, oh, we are going to have all the gloves off, and you had to put a qualifier. But we are ladies. The reason why you did that is because of the society we live in. Women are expected to be ladies. Women are expected to be submissive. Women are not supposed to put on gloves. And for as long as we have a society where women are treated as objects and not as co-citizens, co-human beings by men, we will continue having women who are intimidated from coming forward. And for me, that was one of the most salient parts, because even when a woman wants to come forward as a strong woman in society, there will be ways and means of using gender-based insults to get her to back away. That will never be done to a man. Certain things that have been done to me, certain things that have been said about me, it is simply because I am a very strong person, and so I don't allow those things to matter to me. But the fact remains, if I had not put my myself forward as a strong voice in the society who is brave enough to challenge men and express an opinion that is different from what the man wants to be said, I will not be treated the way I was treated. I will not have these things said about me where they have been said about me. So until such time as our society recognizes that a woman is not an object, a woman has the same intelligence quotient in her skull bones that a man also has. And finally, to us the women, I want to close by asking us all, I am a medical doctor, so I'm going to use medical language to close. We will not help the cause of gender advancement, we will not help the cause of women's empowerment when we don't use our cranial cavity, we use our pelvic cavity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blyden. Ms. Amai, whilst you collect yourself and engage your cranial cavity. Final question, which is a roundup, and it's just to tie in the recommendations from the keynote speaker, and in line with everything else that's been said up here today, and keeping in mind the future and corruption and women, what needs to change. What will be your final thoughts?
I want to say thanks to the keynote speaker, and I didn't know I was sitting near her guest, and I was saying she spoke my bullet points. She's just talking she just said all my bullet points. I don't even have anything else to add to it. So why are we even going on that panel? Because she said it all. Again, thank you very much. You said it all. But let me say that the nexus between gender and corruption is a very complex one. It's so complex that at times we think that it's an impossible matter to deal with. But let me tell you that my sister mentioned, both of them said it, that we should not allow ourselves to be stopped by anything as women. He said seriously, yes, very seriously. Yes, we live in a patriarchal society, but there are men, very supportive men, that are willing to support us every step of the way. Look for them. They are not abusers. They are not taking advantage of us. They will help us every step of the way. We have our fathers, we have our brothers, we have some of our uncles, right? People are there to mentor us. There are some people that are not even acquainted with us, but they're still willing to help you. Use them. Don't abuse them, or use them, and sure, you will succeed. I'm sure we've all had, on this table, we've all had men supporting us at one point or the other in our lives. Yes, so make sure you make use of those supports. Don't abuse them. And finally, let me say, to the women, us again, I'm not using any medical terminology here. I'm not a medical person. No. I'm a peace builder. Let me talk with a peace building language. We are one. We are born of a woman. Whether you are Timini, Limba, Loko, Fula, Madingo, I don't care what tribe you belong to.
Don't forget mine.
Oh, yes, Creole. I don't care what tribe you belong to. Remember, you are a Sierra Leonean. That's number one. Secondly, you're a woman. It means you are among the over 50% population and yet in the minority. And disenfranchising yourselves as women could only keep limiting us, women, in the fight against gender in the fight against corruption, even the fight against attaining higher positions in life. If a woman attains a position, know that that woman should be able to fight for more women to come on board. But if more women are pulling her down, then she will look for men to support her. And at the end of the day, she will support more men than women. So please, let's support ourselves. Again, women were the ones that promote peace in the first step before men came on board for the war. We don't want to go back to war. So let's hold on to the sisterhood that we have and ensure that we bring peace and national cohesion to this nation. Peace and national cohesion will only come about when I'll look at Sylvia and say, you are my sister. Whether we belong to the same tribe or not, whether we have aligned ideologies or not, we are women and we are Sierra Leoneans. And do things for the good of this nation. Yes, you could fight when somebody wants to corrupt the nation and bring the nation down to its feet, but when it's something for the good of the nation, let's hold our hands and promote it and ensure that it survives in the midst of tribalism, in the midst of political party differences, in the midst of boyfriend-girlfriend business. Because these are some of the things that divide us. You are married to my ex-boyfriend, or you are dating my ex-boyfriend. When you might be married to a better man, a very handsome and good-looking and richer man than your previous.
The team has a captain. When something goes wrong, whose image is right on the papers? It's mine. Yeah? So it's important that we have that level of collaboration. In my ministry, I make sure that the technical head of the office, which is the chief medical officer, works very closely with me to make sure that we have a common agenda going forward. That agenda includes transparency. That agenda includes competition. That agenda makes sure that when we're getting somebody to go out and man the special baby care unit, it's the best person, it's the most competent person. Have a small backroom office and push people around to locations. So what I did was to stop that process, have a transparent process, and have these positions competed. If you look in the papers in the next few days, you see that for all of these major leadership positions at headquarters, it's competed and we're looking for the best candidates. So again, collaboration is important, partnership is important. We all need to work together, and now we're trying to work together to get towards this common goal. And the bottom line is making sure that those babies and those mothers are safe. On the issue of delaying with the announcement of the results, it's not a delay. When these samples are collected, the test that they use to determine if it's positive or negative is called the reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction, PCR reaction. Yeah. That test takes you about 2 or 3 days to get it, about 2 or 3 hours to get it done. To go to the next step where you really have to sequence it, it's a much more complicated process, and you want to be careful how you do it. And we have very limited capabilities here. Fortunately now we have people here in Freetown, people in Kenema, people at Jewett that have those capabilities. So we're very proud that it took some time to get to those results. So nobody's hiding anything. By the way, as we're waiting for the sequencing, we didn't know what will come out of the sequencing. So the surveillance and control and mitigation activities started from the day the patient landed. And this patient has been managed extremely well. We're very fortunate that this patient is recovered nearly fully. We're very fortunate also that this patient was vaccinated. And so being vaccinated means that if you get an infection, it's a milder form of the infection. So that's why we're begging everybody to go get vaccinated now. And if you get vaccinated, it will mitigate, it will temper an infection if that happens down the road. So again, this is a very good demonstration of capability, of competencies, of active surveillance to detect the cases early, of a very good lab. Normally you send the samples to Accra and to send it to South Africa or the US and wait for weeks and weeks and weeks to get the results. Now we have those capabilities here It took us a few days to get it done, but when it was done, we made sure that we were able to intervene. In terms of preparation for an outbreak like this, I mean, for the situation we're in right now, you all, Sierra Leone, as I indicated before, we've done really well in crushing 3 major waves. And that's only done by effective preparation. That's done by effective execution. We're not sure what the 4th wave would look like. But now what we're putting in place is active surveillance, not only at the airport, but in the border regions. We're also looking at active surveillance within the country itself. We're making sure that we have capabilities. In the past, we didn't even have oxygen in the country. We have oxygen capabilities now distributed throughout the country. You know, we're better trained, we're better equipped, we're ready to manage this if it does happen. But we could easily get overwhelmed. In spite of all of the preparation, we could easily get overwhelmed if we have a large number of cases occurring. And the way we temper that is to get vaccinated. The way we temper that is to follow these simple rules of social distancing, of masking, of hand sanitizing, and of using these vaccines that are available to us. So I think those are the answers to the 4 questions.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have to take leave of the minister.
Maybe I'll just clarify. We have the oxygen plants here. There's one in Bo that we're going to commission fairly soon. There's one in McKinney. There's one at Connaught, and there's one in Kenema that we're setting up. And again, there's one at Connaught, there's one at 34 already that's fully functional. So I think the landscape is changing in terms of our preparedness, but we're never ever prepared if the community and the medical profession, NACOVAC and Ministry of Health, if we're not working together as a unit. We'll do our part, and we only work if you help us convince the public to go out and take their vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister of Health and Sanitation. Now we move to the other issue of the day.
One last one. I'm sorry. The bigger issue, the last one. In order to really mount an effective vaccination campaign, we have set Monday, this coming Monday, as the 3rd surge. The 3rd surge. What had happened was before, when we were doing vaccinations in static sites, we were doing like 500 vaccinations a day for the whole country. When we did the 1st surge, we were doing like 12,000, 13,000 vaccinations a day. When we did the most recent surge, which was 20 days, the period was 10 days. When we did the most recent surge, we were doing 13,000 a day. Now we want to raise this to about 20,000 a day. And that will require your input, your collaboration, your cooperation. Let's all come together and crush this potential virus in December.
I have to take a pause because probably another one will come up. Okay, thank you very much. I think no other one. Thank you very much, sir. Respectfully, we have the minister taking leave of absence now, and we move on to the other issue, which is the issue of the day. And we have statistics, as the Honorable Minister said earlier on, but is headed by a ministry that oversees statistics. So therefore we have the Minister of Development here with us, who is going to do a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I want to observe the existing protocol, but I have to, of course, single out the Minister of Information and Communication, for the invitation to this very special press conference. I am particularly delighted to be here as Minister of Planning and Economic Development, together with the Statistics Revenue Team headed by the Statistician General, Professor Sanko. I will just to deliver a very short statement, just a preambular statement, and then I will pass it on to the statistics team because, you know, we're talking about the census, which is really technical business, and because there are so many data users as well, including ourselves in government, then we can comment. I mean, once there are questions coming later. I'm making this statement in support of the 2021 midterm housing and population census, already proclaimed by His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, 2 weeks ago. As Minister, I advise His Excellency to approve and proclaim the 2021 midterm census because of the state of readiness of statistics really. I work very closely with that entity, and I'm briefed almost on a daily basis on the progress they're making. The census, as you know, was originally slated for December 2020, stated by His Excellency the President in his proclamation. But due to COVID and the impact COVID had globally as a pandemic, this had to be postponed. And the postponement brought its own opportunities, which we made use of. And we thought we could use the period to prepare statistics were even better, you know, for a very, very effective and credible census. So from that time to now, I think a lot has happened, and this will be explained by the statistics team for the details. Now, the rationale for the census is now very well established, and again, you will hear from Statistician General genesis of the decision to have this midterm census. But all I want to say, suffice it to say here, that it is quite an opportunity for Sierra Leone for us to conduct a digital census of our population. And you will know at the end of the day why, in fact, this is really very important. But I also want to state that as Minister of Human and Economic Development, responsible for coordinating and monitoring the medium-term national development plan of 2019 to 2023, and I'm also responsible for any follow-up plan after 2023 going forward. This, I think, is a great opportunity for Sierra Leone, and it was a chance for us to establish a credible database for development planning, development monitoring, and development evaluation at all levels. And as we insist on decentralization, we are also looking forward to decentralized planning from chiefdom level to district level and then to national planning. Now, we cannot do this without a very credible and effective database for this, so we're looking forward to it. And by the end of the presentation of statistics here, you also understand the reason for that. We are grateful to several partners for the support provided to the government of Sierra Leone for this census, including the World Bank, the UN family, the UNFPA, the UN Economic Commission for Africa based in Ethiopia, to UNICEF, to the government of Kenya, and the government of Kenya particularly because they have provided 20,000 tablets for this census. And it's really very exciting to hear the president of Kenya delivering 20,000 tablets, you know, with the intervention of his colleague, President Bio, to follow Kenya and others to have a digital census. And it was really a great opportunity. We are still grateful to the Republic of Kenya for that big gesture. It's a big savings there, you know, for the government. We are also thankful to the Malawi National Statistics Office and Ghana National Statistics Office. And of course, also to the People's Republic of China, you know, for the support they have provided for this census. I would like to single out the World Bank on this occasion because of the dramatic turnaround they have made just on the eve of the census. And you know, we have the census night tonight. I won't go into great details, but I just want to say that I mean, like all of you, the letter is on social media, so I'm not saying anything new here. We have also we received that letter on the 7th of December, and this came in at a time we are just completing training, or Sierra Leone is completing the training. They are ready to deploy people for the census in all the districts, to all the chiefdoms, and all the enumeration areas, as they call them. Now the letter says that the World Bank expressed its inability to provide further technical assistance, no disburse any further funds under the IDA grants number G584SL to support the midterm population census. Following the announced inception of data collection on the 10th of December, which is tomorrow. I must say that for the government, clearly this is a bit unfortunate, because it's an unfortunate decision, because it's coming at the end of a very intense technical engagement between the World Bank's technical team and Statistics Sierra Leone over the last 15 months. Again, the Statistician General will go into the details on this one. But it's also coming when 15,000 Sierra Leoneans have been selected to serve as field staff, and their training was ended already yesterday. And today they're going to be deployed, for census nights. So you can see how unfortunate it is that the decision is coming just, at that nick of time. Now, personally, I have been privy to, the agreed roadmap between Stat Sierra Leone and the World Bank and the UNFPA, and this roadmap included our timeline for the enumeration, which is the 10th to the 23rd of December 2021. Because in engaging development partners, there are things you agree to do, and those things are supposed to be achieved before we go for enumeration. The Statistician General will also explain what exactly they are, what have been done and achieved. But I'm privy to the fact that there was an agreed roadmap, and this roadmap, to a large extent possible, most of the things agreed to be done have been done already by Statistics. And I was fully convinced about the state of readiness of Statistics Sierra Leone. And as I speak, I believe that they have what it takes really to move forward. But it is unfortunate that we have a decision coming at this nick of time, and may not necessarily be based on technical issues, or maybe there are other considerations. I don't know. But at some point, hopefully, we'll hear more from the World Bank, or from the issues they have stated in their letters. Again, our Statistician General will elucidate, will clarify those. What I want to state here as Minister of Planning and Economic Development is that the census will still go ahead. We still have technical people, again supported by the partners embedded in Statistics Sierra Leone, who are looking at the data gathering process. Training has taken place. They don't want to keep people waiting after training. They are going to be deployed, and we will start this process almost immediately. And I'm really very proud as a Sierra Leonean that we've been able to move this process, and that we are ready to take it on somehow in a stride, because at the end of the day, partnership is two sides. Partners bring on board what they say they will bring on board, and what they cannot give, they cannot give. But we also should be ready as a sovereign country to move our country forward. And all I would plead for at this stage is for us as Sierra Leoneans to prove that we are patriotic, we are ready to move our country forward. And when it comes to a census, it's a very national process. It's a national process. It's not something to be looked at from other angles. And but when it, if you look at it from other angles, it's fine. But I know, as minister, that when we get that census data, we're going to use it for several purposes. And it's used for social reasons, for political reasons, for cultural reasons, political reasons, for governance reasons. You need a very good database to be able to make those decisions on, as you move forward. So perhaps I should leave it at this stage, so that I've set the stage for the Statistician General and his team to take it on from here, so that we walk you through the process up to this point. I will stay for questions, since I have another program at 3 o'clock. I will still manage to stay so that I'll answer any political issues or questions that may come up, because I know what has been going on in social media generally. Thank you very much. Thank you. Grateful to God that we have come to this point, and today is Census Night. And thanks to all of you for the support, thanks to government, thanks to the partners that the minister has mentioned, especially the World Bank. I would want to also emphasize that this whole thing started in 2018. 2018, when I took over the position of SG and CEO of StartSL. 2018 to 2021, as we stand today, is 3-4 years. And it was good that we were able to convince the World Bank in 2018 to support the process, to support what we felt was necessary, and the bank agreed. So here is just the why, the how, and the when. A good number of things that we'll be discussing here. So can we move to the next slide, please? So first of all, it's about the vision of StartSL. And that would really let you know why the bank would invest in us, and why the bank was convinced that we would need to really start with a database for the entire country that's credible, that you can really rely on. So it's about strengthening the national statistical system in this country. And what it means is that it's all the players, all the data producers, the data enhancers, those would let you see, because if we generate data, and for some of you, you look at the data, you are not able to understand. So we have stakeholders, we have other institutions who would enhance the data. And this is like DSTI, they don't actually need to collect the data. We get the data and pass on to them, and they can do some data visualizations. They enhance the data. And then we would also look at
stakeholders who really analyze the data. But before even the analysis, those who curate the data, there are times you have the data and then you don't even know where to start. So you have data managers who curate the data, who make you, it makes it possible for you to even analyze. So we have the data analysts themselves, then we have, you bring the universities, and you have other research institutions who crunch the numbers. But after you've done all of that, then you have also those who write stories out of the data. And I always give the example of, I wrote a book with some colleagues, about 300 pages. And all that probably this book was like this thick, and we got someone who can synthesize and can write stories out of such large data books. The guy wrote just 3 pages out of a 300-page book. And when he gave me, imagine I recruited him as a consultant to do that. And then he gave me a 3-page document, and he said he had actually synthesized, he had captured all the issues that we had really put forward in a 300-page book. And believe me, when I read that 3-page book document, I really saw in it what we wanted to tell the public in 300 pages. I said, well, this guy, he wanted to really get me out of business. So you have people who can do this. But then you also now have those who really take that from there and share to the public, for the public to understand. And this is why the Fourth Estate, and this is where we respect you guys. You know how to do in this business. And so exactly this is what the National Statistical System wants to do. And when I took over StatSL, I appointed a senior director to handle just the National Statistical System. Next slide. And then I created, you know, if you are moving into an institution, you would have to have your own vision for the institution. And the vision for StatSL that I developed is a winner vision. You can memorize that. Take the slide and you can see that winner, each one, the letters stand for something. But if you have this vision and you don't let your colleagues embody it, then you cannot also move forward. And it was my task to let my colleagues believe that together with me, we would have an institution that would be widely known, it would be innovative, it would be interactive, it would have a national statistical system that is efficient, it networks and coordinates in the production of the official data, and then there's efficient in everything that we do, and of course responsive to national needs. You just don't do data collection because you want to collect data. National needs, especially, and to measure progress in national goals. So that is important. Next slide, please. So I talked about this slide where we have the producers, then the announcers, and the major users. Next slide. Just very quickly, some examples of what we have done as StatSL. What I'm trying to set here is for you to know that what we are now doing for the census, we have the capacity. We train, of course, along the line, but we already built that capacity. So to the extent that we are capable to engage even those who fund us, because we have the capacity. In 2017, already with tablets, we produced the mix, the multiple indicator cluster surveys. We did that. Next slide. And in 2018, we did the SLEES, the Sierra Leone Integrated Household Survey, with tablets, and to program those ones, and we trained people. So I want you to think about that as you go back to the World Bank document, okay? That whether it's an institution that was starting from ground zero. No. So we did this in 2018. Next slide. We did also the demographic and health survey in 2019 with tablets. And the country is proud. The Ministry of Health was our strong partner here. What we did is together with the Ministry of Health. And then we produced a a document for this. It's also a huge document which is globally respected. We actually introduce really conditions this time. You have to be a graduate for you to take part in some of these surveys, because the questionnaire itself needed to be understood before you could go to the field. Okay, so I want you to I'm just setting the stage for you when my colleagues present. Then you understand that you are dealing with a stats institution of your country that has the capacity, that is capable to do these things. Next slide. Now I come to the midterm census. I come to the census. I think my communications director has said lots of things about the legality of this and when and why and who really proclaims the census, and we all see that. We, as the president, made from time to time. Really, the 10 years that are given is for convenience, and is for, these are things that you can do if you really have the resources and the time. So what we've done here, if there is a point, there is nothing wrong along the line to really get a new census to be done if you had issues, or if you want to introduce technology that we are now using. I gave you the service that we have done with tablets, with technology. Now I'm saying for the first time, we'll be doing digital using tablets for a nationwide activity like this. So this, I think we've left it for 1 minute for you to see and capture it properly at shorter intervals as may be determined by the president. No? So therefore, you have the 10 years, like we said. You can now have a midterm, and midterm in this case does not actually necessarily, it must not be midterm. It could be quarter, it could be the high quarter of it, either the first quarter, the third quarter, or the fourth quarter. It depends, it's any time. What we've done at StartSL, and when I said we started in 2018, we chose 2020 because 2020 was going to be midway between 2015 and 2025. It was going to be for convenience. It would have worked out that way, but COVID dislocated everything. I hope that is clear. And also, there is nothing wrong for us to introduce new terms. We are Sierra Leoneans, ladies and gentlemen. We are capable of doing this. We, in Sierra Leone, we have the first university here. Our colleagues display, they perform so well outside the countries. So when we come to our country also, we should be given the opportunity to introduce new things. But even at that, we also depend on a technical committee. So most of these things we pass through the technical committee. Next slide. So the purposes of these are already known. The minister, if you read the president's statement, we just added 2 more there, but the main thing is we review the last exercise and look at the anomalies, the challenges that were faced, and we discovered really some issues. And provide the data for planning purposes, and it was at a time when I have put this there for you to really link our activity to this. The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, just look at this, 2019, okay? And so there is a link, and I want you to really see the link. That was really a reason for us to do this. So when I took over StartSL in 2018, and I could not really make better use of the data that I found, and I did not want to wait for the next 7 years to correct that, then we, together as management, went to our council, we convinced the council, then moved further to the minister, who was Nabila Tunis by then, and then moved to the presidency. And even we were tasked to present in cabinet. I presented this whole concept to cabinet, and then we got the go-ahead to do this. Not the other way around. I always want to stress that and make that very clear. So with this, doing this census, we can now evaluate the progress. And I said the progress that was made since the primary census in 2015. And by the way, 2015 census was done by us. I was not there, but I'm today the head of that institution. I actually I take responsibility of what happened there. So as a statistician, as a number cruncher, I thought I needed to get my colleagues to believe in the need for addressing some of the anomalies that we discovered. And we convinced our partners to support us. And now you have to seize the opportunity of the existence of technology to solve your problem. And we do have. This is going to really make us more efficient, more effective, and will reduce lots of potential errors. I'll give you one example. If you have an enumerator in Kailaon somewhere, or somewhere in Mongo, up north, and the enumerator actually went with the paper questionnaire, and then had some issues there, what would happen is that you wouldn't know. The enumerator would now go on and have whatever he or she is doing there, file those ones for hundreds of households. Then you pack those ones with all the errors, you come down, you look for a vehicle, you bring those questionnaires down to Status Cell headquarters, and then you have to now also look for people. You have to recruit those who will do coding, and those who will enter the data, and those people could also have some errors, because the handwriting might be different. You have written a 6 or something, and you made a mistake. Now the data person who is going to input will look at that as an 8 or something else. But what we do today, and I believe my deputy would expound on these things, that enumerator up there in Mongo, we can tell. So what is coming from Mongo DSG, I am not quite sure, because we have at Status Cell a dashboard that gives us all the individual input from all the 15,000 enumerators. We look at what comes from that person in Kailaon. That data does not look like, can we, supervisor A, can you go to your enumerator B and just check? Because what we are seeing may not be correct. Then you go to the enumerator can say, oh, it could be a genuine mistake. The enumerator couldn't have understood a particular question, because you are teaching these people, or it could be deliberate. We will know all of that because of the pattern that the data will become. So you can correct that. You don't have to wait until that enumerator has brought all the data and inputted in free time. We do that on the fly, as we say. So this is what we do today. So that's computer-assisted data collection inferences. Can we move quickly? Now, as a teacher, just 2 minutes of I beg your attention to this, because it will let you understand the whole thing about the midterm census. If you never listen to it, please just look at it. If you did, it will help you again. Just some definition. An enumeration area is a geography, has a boundary, and we define for 80 to 120 households. The reason this is that it's the workload for an individual, an enumerator, to go and enumerate. Okay, I think we're using some English here now. An enumerator in an enumeration area to go and enumerate. That makes me feel good as well. Okay, but it's actually just counting. You have this person, because we don't want to give you a job, and by the time you go, you are so tired, and you don't want to go again to the next work that we're going to give you. So this is what it means. So households and all housing units must be included, because you are not only going to count individuals, you also have to do to look at the buildings that are in the area. So now we understand what an EA is. So I wouldn't even call it an enumeration area any longer. We just say EA. And let's move to the next slide. Locality. You will hear us talk about locality all the time. Locality is general. It's a settlement. It's small, like a Boré or whatever it is, or as big as Freetown. So they're all localities. these are villages or call them generally settlements. That's important for us to know. But for our own purposes today, let us say localities. Okay? Let's move to the next slide. And if you have never been to this village, then you are not living in Sierra Leone. That's the village I was born. Okay? That's Warima village. And I can't be the statistician general. I don't know the number of people in my village. And so what we are doing now, I have already done for my village. So I have mapped the whole village. I know exactly who lives where. I know everyone in my village. So I have this system. So this village has 80 houses, 119 households. Do you remember the maximum household? 80 to 120. So what does it mean? This village is an EA. It's not so. So I can send one enumerator to this village, and then I know he or she will handle my village. Think about it. When you have a settlement that is within the enumeration area, and one enumerator goes there. So let's move. That was type 1, not so? Now type 2. Aha. You see Warimas, many Warimas in this settlement. It is still a locality for having many Warimas in the settlement. So we call this type 2. And how would you normally describe such a settlement in a locality? City, isn't it? Town, whichever, metropolis, etc. So the type 2 locality are such localities that have many Warimas in them. You cannot send one enumerator to this locality. You need to have many enumerators. Okay, now let's go to the next one. See what happens. Okay, these are smaller localities. At least Warima has localities that are smaller than capitals. And I was born there. So you see this. So for these localities to form an EA, this is not on itself cannot, that cannot, that cannot. What would you have to do to form an EA? You have to put them together. Please note, I spend this time, the rest of the presentation will not be anything to worry about. I want you to understand it. So you have to combine these localities. Where in the country would you find such settlements? If you say rural and urban, where would you find them? It has to be rural areas. These are smaller localities. And so that is what it means. You have to put them together. And there are some that you can even have to combine 6 of them before you can find the number of households to be looking at. Now let's move to the next one. So, the blue is type what? Type 3. Take a look. The blue is type 3. So if you are to use, and I went to Tomlinson High School somewhere. So, and we did some English. Now we are going to do some English lessons. If you are to look at the map as it is, and look at the colors, use your English language course or whatever you have in school. How would you describe this one? The blues are most or dominant. You see, there are others who went to school without it. So you are saying dominant color. They are spread all over or spread just on one side. All over the place. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the problem. And all over the place spread like that, we realize, with my team, that these localities are not properly built in 2015. Those localities spread all over the place were not properly built. Structural problems, it happens to any researcher. By the way, as I said, we did that 2015 census. But all of those, and when we calculated, and if you went to any school that is also closer to the top, you can know the fraction, the division, the percentages. All of this put together, everybody is about 59 to 60% of the exam. That is it. So again, was the problem. But it's still the problem with us, with that data that we cannot really identify because we could not do the code. And there could be a plethora of reasons for that. Meaning, you went and you did your mapping 2 years apart or 1 year apart, or you said different, and it was paper. So we do not necessarily blame anyone today. There was just a need then. You now have, why did you recruit me? You recruited me because you thought I had the expertise to look at them, identify issues, problems, and solve them. Otherwise, why do you put me there as SG? That is the thing. And so, and I came with my eyes, and I looked with my colleagues, and we saw this problem. And we said, no, let us solve it. But one thing that you should also remember, you cannot be an expert all by yourself. So let's move to the next slide. See what we did in 2019. When we discovered the problem, then we said, I called Mr. Andrew Johnny. We could probably start working on this data, but let us not do it alone. Let us go back to the institution that we had the support to start this and ask them to come and help us. So we recruited a consultant, and it was late 2018 to early 2019. We brought the same consultant who actually supported the 2018 census. And he came and he worked with us. You know, for me these days, when you give me data like this, I just look like this. I can identify good things, bad things, ugly things, and also lovely things. Okay? And so we looked at this together, and he confirmed the gaps. And the only way that we could really do this is, guys, you can't sit in the office to solve this problem. And so there was a recommendation, and we have the report. And the recommendation was remove the meter here. It says seize the opportunity because of 2015 and 2025 for us to do it so rapidly. Unfortunately, as you see, COVID created a problem. But again, why did we have to go, or why are we now going to the entire country? Can you go backwards, a slide backwards? Yes. And whoever is changing this slide is also. Thank you so much. Let's go back to our 60% spread across the country. All right, now just think and assume you are also from Jalai University, because I wish that. Yeah, okay. From all the primary schools to yes, you know, and you should know that I was Vice Chancellor of the university too, so I have to talk about Jalai University. So now assume you went to Jalai University, and now we want you to solve this problem. If the blue that we have now agreed is 60%, really was just part of here. That is here, all of this is something else. It will be the type 1, type 2, and the blue was only here. Would you actually need to do the census? No, what will you do? You go straight away to this part of the country and count here and solve your problem. But if it is like this as you see it today, why would you not just say, this one is okay, this is okay, and what you are going to do count here, you have to count here, you have to count here. So why don't you just do everything? And besides, you now have digital. So that is the reason. That's the reason. Technical, nothing else. And we know we can do it. I have my team, and we've been engaging our colleagues. That's the reason. Let's move quickly. And as I said, we now an example of how we did it with another survey. We will be here. You know this one I started saying. Oh, 94, they are completing their work there. Right here, I'm here, fully now, 92. And if there is 17 and we know you needed to do 20 households to be completed, I'll say, oh my friend, that's 17, try and finish. Please try and finish. So this we did. And this we did, so the annual economic survey we are going to practice. Expertise as status we have. quickly. All of that put together, what I have done is to set the stage for my deputy to continue. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much, Minister of Communication, for this opportunity giving us to come and mobilize here with this data and tell you what we are doing as a person with the midterm census. My boss has actually given you a synopsis of all what we do at SATESEL in terms of our vision and mission and whatever it is. And he even went to start at least to give you introductory messages about the various types of localities in the country we do in terms of enumeration areas. My duty is to really just brush through and tell you how we are moving with the midterm census, the methodology we are now employing, and how we need to really end with everything. If I should take the baton from him, I'm giving you an update as to what is happening right now. 10 days back, that was last week, Monday, we had 15,000 field staff training right across all the 16 districts in this country, trying to learn the skills of the unique tablets we are now using for the census and how to really implement the fieldwork. By the way, the SG told you about electronic tablets we are now using. That makes a lot of difference from what we did in previous censuses when it used to be paper, what we call the paper-assisted personal interview. We have moved away from that. We are not dealing with computer-assisted personal interviews. That makes things very, very simple for us. So in the past 10 days, these guys, all over 15,000 of them, have been training. They concluded the training just yesterday. And by today, they pay their field allowances and they will start enumeration tomorrow. By the way, you may like to join us with the Jamboree and the float parade. I'm sure you've been hearing noise around Freetown, not so. No one is stopping us. We are moving with the census. You hear the noise, and today we are going to mark the census night. Today is the census night. It's the reference night that all enumerators will have to point back. So where did you sleep on the 9th of December? That's the census night. So in terms of electronic tablets I told you about, it's now digital transformation. Everything is about the Android tablet. We did a cartographic mapping, which normally used to span for like 1 hour, 1 year in the country, or at times 1.5 years, or even 2 years. But with the digital platform now, we did cartographic work in a record time of less than 2 months, ladies and gentlemen. Because we wanted to make a difference. We want to catch up with developments in the sub-Saharan Africa, and even in the Western world, like the US and European countries here talking about. We can't stay back when the country or the world is moving faster. So we challenged people to tell them that gone are those days when you spend 1 year in the field to do cartographic mapping. Now it's just 2 months. So we perfectly did that, and the report was out, which has actually resonated into the training I've just told you about, and which we subsequently, by tomorrow, we start the data collection itself. And we're also going to use the Android tablets to collect data in the field, the enumeration. Before now, it used to be questionnaires with about 20 modules, so many pages you carry in the bag. There is the possibility of you falling in the river when you're crossing, or even having an accident, they just lose that altogether. The difference we have made is to ensure that we carry along the electronic tablet with us. We are all the questionnaire that used to be paper. All the GIS resources we are talking about are all embedded in this tablet by a method called provisioning. So all you have to do is to just have this with you in your pocket. You are not carrying a bag along with you. You are not carrying the manuals with you. Even the manual, all the resources you need is embedded here. You get to a household, you collect the information as it's being collected. It's being sent in real time to physical servers we have here at HQ or through the cloud server. So right here, the data is almost ready.
We'll be having a situation room where we have a dashboard with a big screen. You remember when US was invading Afghanistan or was about to catch Osama bin Laden? His Excellency the President and other ministers were there, and they were actually watching what was happening in real time. This is a prototype of what we have to do in the animation. Come tomorrow and 2 weeks later. Myself, my boss, and all directors, senior executives will sit in a room like this and watch the data being synced to the server. Watching even the errors and the successes and you name it, all that is happening. To the extent that if there's any problem out there in the field, we see it in real time and ask the supervisor, there's a problem there, go and sort it out. What a beauty, what a novelty you would like to afford. This is the transformation, ladies and gentlemen. As we want to take this country moving forward, we have to ensure it goes along with. So, the quality control systems have been put in place to ensure that we have a strong IT team. By the way, we are also building capacity. We have built the capacities of about 15,000 people. Very strong IT guys are now ready out here in the field to ensure that should there be any problems with this tablet, there's someone who can catch up exactly and just solve them. So gone are those days when like you get the paper questionnaire, you come with it in the room, you have people who have to key in that for almost 6 or 7 or 8 months, you wait for the report, then after that you have a report writing and everything. Now it is almost ready in less than 1 month. The report is ready and is handy for all of us to use, data users, the governments, international community, and even the local NGOs. So yes, I've told you about the training. Can you move to the next slide, please? All right, okay. Now, you may want to know the achievements in the past. By the way, you have to put structures. Every traditional census, every normal census have structures we follow. We have the advisory committee. It consists of political parties, international communities, and other people. Then you also have what we call a technical committee that actually look the bits of technical issues of all you want to deal with. Then of course, locality verification. Before we did the census, we went right around all in the districts to collect all the localities before the main census. So you have a feel of what I have already at hand before I go to collect what I'm going to get from the field. That's an update. We got about 17,000 localities all over the country. And of course, the boss has just told you about partners we engage with, the World Bank, UNECA, UNFPA, you name them. I've told you about the training of enumerators and of course the role all of these offices, the UN and the World Bank have actually played. So, now on the pilot census, I also just want to brush through that because the person who is really supposed to present this is actually out for another assignment. So every district in the country was represented in the pilot census. Before you do the main census, you have to go out and test everything. You test the logistics, you test the tablets, you test how many people you may need, you test even the publicity and everything. So we did a pilot census in October, wasn't so? Yeah, in October. So that really set the basis of how we have to do the animation and even the main field work and all the technicalities that are involved in that. Now you have been told of the locality types, type 1, type 2, type 3. He's a professor, he taught you, he went to Jala. Fortunately, I went to Kobe College in the city, but we are already education. Yeah. So, and of course, the urbanized areas, he told you about the islands, the border areas, the mountain areas, the nomadic. I'm a geographer, by the way, so I know all of these things. I would have loved to pass them to you, but because of time, I'm just trying to go through. So the pilot census which took place in October was to test all the census fields and office operations, manuals and copy procedures. It also covered all the post-animation activities such as the collection and checking of animation materials, the ICT infrastructure, and the entire data processing system. Okay? Can you move on, sir? Conclusion and lessons learned. The questionnaires. I don't want to bother you so much with this, but this is just, can you go back? This is just what the questionnaires I told you about. These are just like the modules, the various panels. It has an identification panel that talks about your age, how many people are in your household, where do they live, etc. Then the other module tells you about the demographic and socio-economic aspects. You have mortality, the COVID. The minister just talked about COVID here. We're also trying to get questions on COVID and to see how we can help with data, the housing facilities, ownership models, and agriculture. Can we go forward? Then, of course, the data science director, he should have been here to tell you about the novelty of we're going through in terms of the servers we have. By the way, the World Bank supported us with an IT infrastructure of over $1 million. They also supported us with a cartographic mapping that was over $800,000. In terms of paying the staff, the equipment we bought, the projectors and everything you can think of was courtesy the World Bank. They also help with a lot of other capacity building. We have a lot of consultants that came to this country that the World Bank actually paid for. And as I speak to you, we have 3 of these who are really currently here again to assist us in everything we want to do. So the World Bank is a valuable partner. But in life, anything happens. I don't want to dwell too much on that. Okay? Then the systems tested and can manage workload for the main sensors. Highly secured and reliable. Redundancy and data loss protection mechanism. I can swim and just get lost if I go too much into this. Then the communication director. I think you have to come over and take the baton for me. Thank you. The minister should be leaving. Thank you so much. Yes.
For the comm strategy, basically, I don't want to delve too much on this, but we've done lots of advocacy, we've done lots of social mobilization, and we're doing lots of community engagement, so we can just move. The operations director was to talk on the logistics, but as things stand, we've distributed electronic tablets and power banks across the country. The deployment of field staff is starting tonight, and then we are working also on retrieving the materials. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll hand over to the minister.
So a few things have emerged here that I'd like to just rush through. The minister is on edge. He has to go attend a peace building mission in New York as a Sierra Leone participant. And so we really see that from the statistics Sierra Leone end, the technical issues cited by the World Bank are non-existent. We have heard from the leadership of StatsSL that indeed they have gone through a very rigorous and vigorous process. They are ready to go and they look forward to the statistics. They still recognize the World Bank as a valuable partner. They have worked together thus far. But the reassurance is that the census is going on. Tonight is census night. Stay home and get counted from home. So Solo will manage the Q&A. Solo, it's going to be very quick before the minister leaves. So for Dr. Kainga, if anybody has a question before he runs out, please ask them. No, you're not going to be the first person to ask. I'm going to use my strong hammer. We want questions, but it's not going to be from the lion. It's not existent need to enter. Can I hear from other people who have real questions to ask? We'll leave that for Ori. No, not problem. Okay, so you want to ask Dr. Kainga before he leaves? Yes, you better do now, otherwise you hold your peace forever.
I'm Hassan Almami Kamara, Independent Observer. Mr. Minister, now that the World Bank has undermines the name of the census itself, meaning the people's census. Lastly, what would be the consequences to anybody who says or who feels that he feels not to be counted? Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Minister. Last week we attended a press conference at the main opposition party headquarters, where they were calling all their party members and people who are working have on the entire census process. And also, previously, one of your claims was that since World Bank and other development partners are funding the census, it shows that they are committed for the process. So yesterday we saw that World Bank had withdrawn from the process. So which effect does that have on the entire process? Thank you.
Okay. The Lion. This is the Minister of Development. How far have you gone with your massive sensitization? How far have you gone with your massive sensitization about the venture you're supposed to collaborate with your other ministry and also an NDA? And for the statistics angle, it's about, at this time minute, why the withdrawal of the World Bank? And we want to look about the remedy of the decision taken about the political parties and also opposition about the area of the increase of the ward level, the constituency, and also the district angle towards your sensitization. And for the Minister of Information, I want to draw your attention about the day-to-day running of the government activities. That is setting up the tribunal of the Auditor General. How far have you gone towards the issue of a report about the 2020 auditor report? How slow or how efficient and effective it's supposed to be prior to this December that we're supposed to have the report of the Auditor General report when already a tribunal has been set up? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Independent Observer, for that very important question. And I'm very pleased as you raised that important question on the World Bank. Let me just say that we have a very, very good relationship with the World Bank. A very good one, I must say. And like the SG said, you know, preparation for this census started in 2018. And 2020 should have been over, you know, but for the, you know, the problem that we have highlighted with the COVID and all of that, and the tablets coming late and all of that. But the World Bank has been supporting this process up to this minute. And for some reason, they actually wanted the process to be continuously moved, shifted. But, you know, we thought that it was important for this to happen, to be a midterm census. And we had actually identified all the issues, corrected them, and I'm sure the Statistician General would really, you know, try to elucidate this further. But all technical issues they had raised were addressed. In fact, there were no other issues really, except maybe they will say, well, December is a festive month and it may run into festive season and all of that, which they did, but we said all our censuses have been held in December. So this one is no exception. You know, so I want to assure you that we are responding to that, by the way, because they wrote a letter to myself and the Minister of Finance. We are actually finalizing the response already today. But I can assure you that, you know, we're going to thank the World Bank very much for the support they've provided so far. And by the way, they have not withdrawn support from Statistics Sierra Leone. If you read the letter very well, it's very positive, actually. You know, a couple of things they thought could be done that probably needed to be done. But even those things had been done, we were very convinced about that. We still have technical assistance going on in Statistics Sierra Leone. I mean, all the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure for this is being manned by a lot of people trained by the World Bank and consultants from the World Bank, and also from the UN Economic Commission for Africa.
So we still have technical support for this process by the same consultants, who've been working with us. Maybe what they will not fund is probably the training and the enumeration itself. But again, these are Sierra Leoneans. Normally, in most development assistance, and let me tell you now, because that's my field, most donors want the government to pay their own people. They will pay for consultants, but they will not pay your own people. And so when we talk about deploying 15,000 field staff for training, they expect Sierra Leone to pay. When we talk about deploying them to all 16 districts, and they have to be fund across the country, and each district has on average 1,000 enumerators, supervisors, and so on, they expect Sierra Leone to pay. So the question about the payment, the government of Sierra Leone has to pay. This is what development assistance is all about. You cannot rely on the donor for everything. There are aspects you have to pay for, there are aspects they pay for. So their own aspects, they have done extremely well. The equipment that the DSG mentioned, the consultants, they've paid for all those things. And we are really very grateful. And we know they are going to do more for Statistics Sierra Leone when we would have collected all the data. They will still be there, and part of the support they are providing to statistics, which is part of a larger project, would actually include analysis of the data that will come in from the field. So we are not too worried. But again, to address the political side of it, we have political parties raising issues. But as Statistics Sierra Leone said, they have formed technical and advisory committees, and they are devolving parts of the discussion. I know they've been there, they've raised questions and explained, but the real issue for them is how do you use the data from the census? That is their issue. But we have said, from the point of view of the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, from the point of view of statistics, the first thing we have to do is to make sure we get credible data. As explained by the SG, we want to make sure we get good, credible data. So any decision you make from that data will be actually credible. That is what this is all about. So what we do with those data for economic planning, for monitoring, for evaluation of our work, for community level planning, for community development issues, for district planning, and so on, that's secondary, that's downstream. How you use the data for political reasons, that is all downstream. But what is happening is, the political class, they have raised these issues to the upstream part. And that is where the confusion is. And it confuses even some of our donor partners. It's as if Sierra Leoneans are really against a census, which is ridiculous, by the way. We'll be a laughing stock in the world if people here, Sierra Leoneans, who want a census. And the way they do these things, especially the way we mock ourselves and the way we talk about it, I feel ashamed sometimes as a Sierra Leonean. The way, in the terms in which people discuss these things. Because here is a very clear thing, as the SG made very clear. It's a plus for Sierra Leone to do a digital census. It means you now have a sampling frame for any kind of survey you want to do from now going forward. And when you do your next census, maybe in another 5 years or so, it will be digital, and then you will have cleaner and cleaner data going forward. So this is what it's all about. So Statistics Sierra Leone, we have tried to shield Statistics Sierra Leone from the politics of all of this in terms of how we use the data. That comes later. We need the data. And this is what statistics have been working on. And we are grateful to the World Bank, and we'll continue to be grateful to them and other partners, potentially who are poised to come forward to support this census. So I want to leave it there, Mr. Minister, and I want to thank you all very much for your audience. For the rest of the questions, the colleagues are here from Statistics Sierra Leone. They will take care of it. Thank you very much.
Yes, questions? Yes, last set of questions you've already asked. Any other question? Yes, sir. Press the mic.
Yes, sir.
No, the man is right there. Okay.
Mr. Kanga from Heritage Newspaper. I really felt the minister has just left. but the question was really going for him in relation to the reason, because the reason why World Bank withdrawn from their support has not been explicitly explained to us. Because for now, the rumors on social media and all the radio stations, especially in the eastern part of Freetown, are now paraphrasing this issue in different ways. So we really want reasons why the World Bank withdraw their support.
Thank you.
From this census.
There's a gentleman there, very close to the camera. I've just been notified before you asked that I just encourage one more question and reaction, because SLBC is also streaming live and they have to move on to another program. So please make it short.
Yeah, Mahmoud Silla is my name. I work for Momentum newspaper. Emphasis has been laid on the lack of credibility of the last census. So, as a country, what negative impact does that have to the development of Sierra Leone?
Thank you. Yes, the young man seated.
Yeah,
and that will be the last.
Yeah, I'm Dunstan, and talking about credible data, you will, I think the statistician general will agree with me that there are some settlements that are not motorable or accessible. So what mechanisms are in place to ensure that all is all accounted? Thank you.
Thank you. Mongo, you have the mic in front of you for response. No supplementary. Sorry, sir. I've just passed the mic on to the. You have the mic in front of you, sir.
So I wanted to know something. I want to do a sample. Yeah. Just for the sake of it. So we all represent various aspects of society. So let's do a quick test. If I were to ask you guys in this room today, for those of you who will volunteer to be counted, let's put up our hands. I don't know those who will be counted and those who will not be counted. So if we're a representative sample of Sierra Leone, that means Sierra Leone is more than ready and looking forward to the census today, tomorrow. Yeah. So we'll answer the questions. I'll answer my round of questions. Let's go.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. The DSG and I would share the questions where there are three reasons for the withdrawal, and there is a question on lack of credibility, and another question on the kinds of motorable areas. Very good questions indeed. I would just handle the first question, lack of credibility, the reasons for withdrawal. As I said earlier on, and as the minister also made it clear, we have worked really very closely with the World Bank, and so the withdrawal came to us as a surprise, really, to be very frank with you. And you can also see that the letter was dated December 7th, when we were already there training 15,000 enumerators. So think about it, okay? And the end of the training, December 8th, and the bank and all our partners are quite aware of our timelines. We had agreed, like the minister said, they were not going to be bothered about timelines again, so long as we were capable to addressing all the issues that they had raised, and so which we were addressing. And so if we even had resources to provision the tablets, that is configure the tablets, they funded that. And so they knew that if we had completed the provisioning work of the tablets, we were now going to train 15,000 enumerators at the district level. And we had brought these people all over the country. They have been trained. And we knew, as I explained to you about the training, we had the pilot. And so we trained people, and then they were doing very well to do that in the shortest possible time. Then the only issue that we had left was the issue of the festive season. And it was very strange to us, ladies and gentlemen, because in Sierra Leone we are all used to doing the census in December. And there is always the time for mopping up. When even in 2015, I think the mopping up exercise went up to January. Okay, so for Sierra Leone, the typical census month is December. So if anyone came to you, even if the person was giving you money and the person was asking you not to do that census in December, you would say, oh, sir, wait a minute. It would appear so strange to Sierra Leoneans. So this is what I want you to know. And we did say it would appear really very strange to Sierra Leoneans. So after that discussion, the World Bank resident person now came to StartSL, and we were now discussing a framework for monitoring data quality on the field. So if you have the same person who have been assisting you now coming to you and say, okay, fine, well, we seem to be quite fine with everything that you have done, and at some point even gave us 99% at some place. We have those records. 99%, a student that scores 99% anywhere is one of the best you can find. And we were given 99% by the bank. It's there, there's evidence, it's there. We don't want to fight with, we're not even fighting, honestly. It's because you're asking, that's why we're explaining now. Because the bank is valuable. The bank has given us the capacity to do what we are doing today. And there is not going to be any effect technically, because we've already received all the technical support and we've trained and we are going to the field. We don't need to train those guys. All we need now to do is to monitor what they do in the field and to assist them. And that's where she came from. And we are developing that. And we also have been doing this development of the template. And one of them is the dashboard, as I explained to you. So the letter came to us by surprise. It's a big surprise for us, ladies and gentlemen. But as we say, these things can happen. And we thank the World Bank for having capacitating us, and then we are able to go ahead to do this. And of course, the bank statement also supports the justification for doing the census, if you read it properly. Okay? So it is there that now we have more credible data, and we have codes for every locality in this country. So what we would tell you guys, we may not know lots of things. What's written there, official, it puts us in bad light, which of course, you know, I see, understand lots of things are now been saying. But the truth is, we had addressed those things, and they had given us a very high pass mark. And if you are an excellent student, then next time you open up and the same teacher now tells you you have not done this job, you'll be disappointed, as we are today. We are disappointed, but we take it. We are Sierra Leoneans, and we are doing this for public good, for the development of this country. So, and we are also prepared to take some of these blows. Okay? We wouldn't have loved to have them, but if they have come the way they have come, for reasons we don't know, we leave everything to God. But we will continue to do the best for this country, and the right thing we will do. Thank you very much.
Let me just lastly answer the question.
Hello? Yeah, okay, thank you. Someone was asking about access. You know, you recruit someone to go and work, and perhaps he or she goes to a very rough terrain, which is like Mongo or somewhere far in Kailao. And whether there are some areas where you can't either drive a vehicle or even use an Okada. So what really happens? Not only, this census is not an exception. For previous censuses, we have been doing contracts for every field staff going to the field. And there's a clause in it that says, I mean, you can use vehicles or motorcycles, but for places that are not accessible by any of these means of transport, you are expected to walk on foot. And this has been happening. It's not strange for any data collection. We have certain settlements that are just not accessible. And by the way, I can assure you that we're going to have a complete coverage of counting this time round, unlike when you used to do paper. You know why? Let me tell you. With the Android tablet, we sit in the situation room I told you about, watching everything that is happening, and because we have the GIS enhanced forum in this phone, in the Android phone they are using, with all the localities on the map, believe me, assuming you are sent to Warima or any difficult place, if you do not get to Warima, that tablet for that place will not open for you to start work. Yes, that's the beauty of the digital transformation. So you have to be there. You can't sit back in Freetown and fill a questionnaire. Unless you get to that location, you have to be closer as like 10 meters before it opens the questionnaire for you. Otherwise, it will not open for you. Then if you do anything funny, then we know you are not there. So you can't go that far and choose not to fill the questionnaire. You cannot, of course. Yeah, so simply, Minister and the Port Estate, I think it's about the last question we should answer. I want to thank you so much on behalf of my team and SG for accommodating us. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. You asked about the tribunal. Okay, yeah, that has members have been sworn in, and they will start work in earnest. As to this World Bank thing, on a normal day, you know, doing census is a national responsibility of the government. Funding census, gentlemen and ladies, funding census or any such related activities is the responsibility of the government of Sierra Leone. That is why we appreciate the support and contribution of our development partners, both technical and otherwise. So let's have the scenario. We all have people who support us carry on various personal responsibilities. Huh? So let us say you have an uncle in the US or in Freetown who assists you to keep your kids in school. One morning, he wakes up and says, because of ABC, they are withdrawing support to your child. Will you also withdraw that child from school, or will you go out of your way to ensure that that child continues school? Let's talk. These are the issues. These are the informed kind of, analysis we should have. Census is a national obligation. Because one development partner, has a rethink at 11th hour, 59th minute, does not mean government should pull out. This is our responsibility, and I'm glad that both Stats SL and the government of Sierra Leone have risen to the occasion. Look at the situation now. Nobody will give you any banya fake figures. We're going to have figures that will be good for development planning, development management, and development monitoring. They will be above board, and I think Sierra Leone is on the ascendance. We are going to be one of the first sub-Saharan countries to have done census digitally. And we're all proud as Sierra Leoneans. If you look forward to being counted, then you should be very proud that we have buried the age-old puppy, the paper-based, personal, whatever. So Stats SL, we want to thank you very much. Yes, you can close your something.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and Stats SL, and all of you for coming. See you